888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find somewhere else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be loved.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's $3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. Something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm? And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find somewhere else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be loved.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's $3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Pretend you're happy. This is my first time as a photographer at an event. This is not a professional photographer. I'm a vlogger, but being nobody can come here, I'm doing
Hello all and welcome to this final table coverage of 888 live here in Tallinn, Estonia, the beautiful capital and wonderful Olympic Park Casino. My name is Christian Laas and these are your final table list. Diaz coming in as the shortest stack with 9 big blinds, while Demi Roars is our chip leader with 662,000, which translates roughly into 82 big blinds. The blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with a 8,000 big blind ante. We are starting this final table 9-handed and we are going to play down to the winner. Everybody has guaranteed themselves a bit over 2,000 euros and the winner will take home approximately 20,000 euros, give or take 10 or 15 euros. So 20k for the winner. So 18,000 still left to play for. Let me know in the chat who you are rooting for. Couple of Estonian and local players, couple of Spaniards. I think there's a Latvian in there. So it's definitely going to be an interesting styles clashing up against one another. Lina Rinja is already in the chat. Mr. K Plem and Lex King. Lex King will get prize pool for you as soon as possible. Let me just find it for you. So the payouts are going to be like this. 9th place will get 2,140 euros. 8th will get 2,500. 7th 3,000. 6th 3,700. 5th 5,300. 4th 7,000. 3rd will break that 5-figure mark with 10.3k. 2nd will get 13.5k and 1st place takes home 20,000 euros. I am excited about this final table. I hope you are as excited as I am. Definitely what we saw yesterday was very different styles of poker. We have some players coming from the online poker background, someone with basically no experience whatsoever, and a couple of those players have a huge stack as well, and there's always going to be something interesting going on when these players are in the mix or in the hand. So more than once yesterday I had no idea what was going on during the hand because I just never been in those spots myself or play the way these players played at some point. So I mean, I'm excited to see what these players bring to the final table. Here's one of the darkest of horses, Mr. Org, a local player from Estonia. Not that much poker experience, but at the same time he comes in with one of the biggest stacks with 300k. We are starting this level with 38 minutes left on the clock, meaning that we are actually playing 45-minute levels, but since this is when yesterday's final table bubble burst, we pick off where we left. Queen 10 suited for Soar, another local player from Saaremaa, Estonia. Saaremaa is a big deal right now because Rally Estonia is going on at the same time as this final table, and our local Ott Tänak is leading this Rally Estonia, and he's also from Saaremaa. Soer comes in for a raise for 18,000 with Queen 10, gets one fold, and the Estonian player 9, Mr. Arutyunov, a local player from Estonia, and he's a local hero somewhat. He has been playing those daily and weekly tournaments here in Estonia for well more than a decade, since we started, and probably has played the most amount of local tournaments out of any local player ever. At least top 3. Once more, you have the chip stacks. Seat number 1 and seat number 9 are not willing to share their information with the stream, unfortunately, which is something we're just gonna skip by, so we're gonna call them player 1 and player 9 from now on. If they want their right for privacy, that's what they can get. Metzla with ace 10 off from under the gun would be... It's kind of on the line. With 9-handed, I think it's actually a fold, but at the same time, Metzla probably feels a bit of an edge on the field, so he thinks he can play a bit looser than usual. And Metzla, of course, came off a second place finish on the high roller event a couple weeks ago when we played this Tallinn Summer Showdown. And look at that. De La Rosa wakes up with pocket 7s. I don't think there is any other option than to just call. Heino wants to know if seat number 1 is Estonian. No, he's not. It's actually what I heard is a pretty chill dude. I've never seen him play in Estonia before, but I've seen him around the poker circuit. So he's going, De La Rosa is going to make the call. So at least heads up. Let's see if the big blind finds anything to defend the button with. Queen 3 is good enough for seat number 1, so he's going to call. So 3 ways to the flop. Pocket 7's ahead for now. Queen 3 in dire straits, but can still hit the queen to take the lead. That's a 3 for the Queen 3, but 7's still ahead. Ace 10 misses completely. 2 spades and 1 club on the flop. None of those players have a spade though. But it is player 1 leading out for 16,000. Metzla, I think this is going to be an easy fold for Metzla, unless he wants to turn his ace 10 into a bluff and put in a raise. So he's going to fold, but I don't see De La Rosa folding just yet. Plenty of draws in there. Of course, you block some of them with your pocket 7s, but you don't hold a spade. You still beat some hands that player 1 might lead in for 16k, for value even. So I think it's an easy call and play some turns. 95k in the middle. King of spades, probably not a good card for neither of those players. De La Rosa might hate it even more because player 1 can still turn his Queen 3 into a bluff and get pocket 7s to fold here. 35,000 is the bet from player 1 into a pot of 95, and I mean, De La Rosa is getting decent odds, but not that many good river cards for you. King of spades must be a scary card. So I think he's going to fold. A lot of those semi-bluffs that lead the flop were now made it with the spade draws, and player 1 pushes De La Rosa out with a couple of nice bets, and this is why aggression is so important in no limit hold'em, I guess. You can just bully the players out just like that. Well played from our mystery player at seat 1. 11 players cashed this tournament. We had 91 total entries, and now we are down to our final 9. Everybody started with 30k. And Diaz still our shortest stack. He needs to make something happen as soon as possible with approximately 10 big blinds, maybe even less. Org with ace 3. Nice to see him fold those hands. Diaz doesn't like the ace 6 enough to shove just yet. Gonna wait for a better spot. As will Soer, and now I think Demi will start to come in with the raise. Nice hand, 8-7 suited of hearts. Makes it 18,000 from the cutoff. And gets rid of everyone probably besides Metzler on the big blind. I don't see player 1 calling with queen 3 on from the small blind, but well, player 1 was the only player to not show up at our featured table yesterday, and I have no idea how he plays, and he is starting to surprise me already. He's gonna come in with a call with queen 3 after pushing his opponents out the last hand with the same hand. And Metzler will tag along with king queen, so 3 ways to the flop once more. 62k in the middle. Jack 9 and a 4. A decent flop for Metzler actually. Flops 2 overcards with a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. Demiros does not want to make that 10. That would give Metzler a better straight. But as for now, king queen actually still ahead with king high, as everybody checks it over to the turn, which is a 3 of diamonds, meaning that Metzler now has the best hand with queen high flush, and none of those players can take the lead. And it is player 1 again leading in for 33,000 this time with queen 3. He likes those pair of 3s. Obviously he's not betting for value here. He's trying to turn his hand into a bluff, to get a weak diamond maybe to fold. I would be very surprised if Metzler did anything but a call here. So Metzler makes the call. 128 in the middle, Metzler with 161 behind. So if player 1 chooses, he can put a lot of pressure on Metzler here with something like a pot size bet, queen of hearts. Doesn't change anything. Besides, gives player 1 maybe 2 pair here. Maybe he thinks that he has some showdown value here if Metzler had something like a complete bluff catcher with maybe Jack 9 that he elected to call with on a turn. But player 1 now checks it over to Metzler, and let's see if Metzler is gonna go for some value. And I still don't know anything about player 1. Player 1 might even call, which would be super surprising with 2 pair. Metzler is trying to get exactly like a hand like 2 pair or a weak flush to call here with a bet of 35k. Goes for a super small bet, knows that there's not much he can get value from, and he can get value from queen 3. That river 2 pair, so nice hand for Metzler, and Metzler is now up to 324, while player 1 is down to 269. Manages to find that extra 35k of value from the 2 pair. I'm gonna call him a Heisenberg. He looks a bit like Heisenberg. Seat 1, I mean. Demi is still our biggest stack. Second place is for De La Rosa. Metzler now the biggest local stack, I must say. Better Mr. White then. Yeah, Mr. White is better. I agree with you. Let's call him Mr. White. Diaz, ace-2 suited, 10 big blinds. Yep, that's going in. He's going all in with ace-2s. Let's see if De La Rosa wants to call with pocket 4s. I would guess no. Still have so many players left to act, so he's gonna release the pocket 4s. Soer cannot call with king 2s. Diaz doesn't want anyone to call, but it looks like Demi makes a quick call. With the way he's calling, he's not too worried about anyone else after him. I'm guessing Demi has something like ace-queen off that plays this way, doesn't want to... I mean, that's a weird... with any hand that is calling, he shouldn't be calling that in that way. He still has plenty of players to act after him. So if somebody maybe wants to isolate with a hand like eights, it makes it easier for them to do it, knowing that Demi probably doesn't have anything super strong. I'm guessing Demi has ace-queen here. I don't see what Demi has, but the way he's playing, the way he put the chips in, makes me feel like he has a hand that is strong enough to call a 10 big blind shove, but at the same time isn't the strongest hand in the world. Ace deuce for Diaz, and let's see what Demi called with. Ace king off. I was close, but not exactly right. So Diaz is in trouble here. Diaz needs to hit a deuce or a few clubs at least. Queen 8-7 on the flop. No help whatsoever for Diaz. Now only a deuce would help him. Running 7s, 8s or queens as well. Ace doesn't change anything, cannot even chop the pot. Now needs a deuce on a river. That is not a deuce. The king of clubs on the river gives Demi 2 pair. He eliminates Diaz in 9th place. Diaz takes home 2,140 euros, and we have 8 players remaining. Congratulations for Diaz for making this final table here in 888 Tallinn live event, main event. And then there was 8. We are getting ever so closer to the winner, and Demi picks up where he left off yesterday, taking home, well, raking in chips and taking out players. Player 9 now our shortest stack, with a 17 big blind, so nobody actually in any immediate trouble. Still plenty of playroom. We are playing quite deep, with the average stack being 341,000. That means that average stack is more than 40 big blinds, so decently deep stacked here. I welcome all of you. This is 888 Live Tallinn main event. We didn't get that many entries, 91 entries, but at the same time we are just happy that we can play some live poker. That is a rarity nowadays, and you never know what's gonna happen tomorrow with whatever is going on in the world. So let's just be happy that these players can even play. The festival is still going on today. If you're here in Estonia and you're watching the stream, then at 3 p.m, so in about an hour, there's gonna be a 220 euro deep stack tournament. In case we are gonna finish in the next hour, which probably is not gonna happen, but in case we're gonna finish by the time we get to at least late reg this tournament, I'm hoping to play that one. How much was the buy-in for this tournament? The buy-in for this tournament was 888 euros. And the winner will take home 20,000 euros. Definitely a nice payday. 20,000 euros, as well as the beautiful 888 Live trophy. Those golden 8 symbols. I really like the design of the 888 trophies. 3 ways to the flop. King, Queen, Deuce after player 1 limped in from the cutoff that brought in the blinds and antes. Ace-9 still ahead. Still no pairs anyway though. And it is player 1 bluffing at those players one more time. And this time it works since nobody flopped a pair. And another bluff works for seat 1 here. Mr. White. Yes, Heino, you are correct. This is gonna be extra deep. I'm gonna Olympic. If you're wondering what tournaments are still going on, you can go to Olympic Poker Club and you'll find whatever tournaments are starting. I'll tell you, 220 euro deep stack day 1 tournament starts today at 3 p.m. as was said already. Then there's gonna be a Turbo Bounty tournament later on today at 6 p.m. Also 220 euro buy-in. And at 10 p.m. we have 888 Live Tallinn Hyper Madness. Just 100 euro buy-in, 15,000 starting stack, 10-minute levels. So 9 levels is the late reg time for the deep stack tournament, meaning that with 30-minute levels you have about 5 hours to late reg. So if we're done before 8, we can possibly play. Pocket 7s for seat 1 now. Mr. White makes it 23,000. Over to the big blind, De La Rosa. He's gonna defend the suited queen. Nine, 8 and a 4 on a flop, so no pairs for De La Rosa. Couple of backdoors though, but both players check this one behind. So check on a flop. Let's see if De La Rosa is gonna try and take a stab at it. I don't see Mr. White going anyway though. Not just yet, especially after the 9 coming on the turn makes it less likely for De La Rosa to have one. Still plenty of draws in there. Pocket 7s are quite under-repped as well. Plus he has shown to be a bit of not a sticky player, but someone who's not afraid to put chips in the middle, especially against the 17k bet. This is going to work. This is going to be a call from seat 1. Spin for fake says, go Mr. De La Rosa. Nice to have some Spanish fans here in the chat. I've been to 888 Live Barcelona events, I think 4 or 5 times now, and probably one of my favorite stops, if not the favorite stop. I would be very surprised if Mr. White folded here. No, he's gonna put in a raise to 45 and De La Rosa has to fold. I've been lucky enough to be to Spain, yeah, plenty times now. I've been to Madrid, Barcelona, and a couple other smaller places, and just a beautiful country. So hard for me to not root for the Spaniards here. Always the best crowd. As you can see, Diaz busted a couple hands ago in 9th place. He took home 2,140 euros. But we are trying to find the winner of this live event here. Couple of folds all the way to Mr. White from the undergun +2 position, and he has come here to play. Whatever he has, if it's anything decent, one picture card, he's in there. Another call from seat 1. Folded all the way to the big blind, who's probably gonna check it behind. Soar with check 9 off. And seat 1 actually with the lead with king 8. None of those players after him found anything decent to play with, so heads up to the flop. King, queen 7. Interesting flop top pair for Mr. White, but Soar with a gut shot to the straight. Checks it over to seat 1. Who's probably gonna bet, and he's gonna bet more than a pot size. He's gonna bet 32,000. And I'm happy to see another rec player here at seat 1. I mean, he has a very unique play style. Let's see how far it gets him. I would be very surprised if it's gonna get him all the way to the victory, but at the same time, it's definitely possible. If a player like this is running well, then it's gonna be very difficult to play against him. You can see the aggression frequency. Of course, we've only played just a couple of hands of this final table. Only been playing for about 20 minutes, but already you can see that this player is aggressive, getting in the mix, etc. And talk about getting in the mix. This time we have no idea what he's holding, so let's play a guessing game with Mr. White. Starts with a call. This can be a wide variety of hands, so hard to pin him on a hand just yet. Laugals is gonna isolate with pocket fives. Makes it 25,000. Soer now from the small blind with ace-10 off. Probably a fold, but might see a call. When I say probably a fold, then I mean in a sense of GTO. I'm not saying that he's probably going to fold, but usually it's going to be a fold. So Soer makes a nice disciplined fold here, and Mr. White 17k to call. He's going to make the call, so let's head to the flop. 70,000 in the middle. Ace, Jack, Queen on flop. We still don't know what Mr. White has, but he's leading in for 25,000. So he's trying to represent something like... Something like what? Probably has something like Queen 10, Jack King, Jack 10. Don't really see him limping with Ace Queen, Ace Jack. So he's kind of blocker betting in there, and whatever Mr. White had, it works out like a charm for him. And he is now up to 410,000, and Laugals, a bit disappointingly, has to fold. Ace-4, Ace-5 is what Heino thinks he has, which actually makes a lot of sense. Then I would assume it's more like maybe Ace-4, since the other player has had pocket fives. Made it less likely for Ace-5, but whatever he had, he let in, and probably got the least amount of value if he had the value hand. Could have had something like 7-8 suited and just randomly put in, and it worked perfectly. We've seen him do that as well a couple of times. But actually a small ace is a decent guess, in my opinion. Did 10th place also not want his name known? I'll tell you all. It was Mr. Rannosotla who got finished 10th place. Final table bubbling this tournament. Meanwhile, seat 1, Mr. White this time comes in from under the gun with 9-8 suited. Org is now isolating him to 25,000 with a decent hand. Not just a decent hand, very good hand. Ace King off for him. His turn to take on Mr. White. But as we've seen, he's the one who knocks. And knock he has quite a few times already. Leading into pots, limping, calling, betting, just always in the mix. Let's see if Ace King works out for Org here. Both players with clubs, so seat 1 really doesn't really want to see clubs here. And another good flop for player 1 here. Flops a middle pair with a pair of 8s. And leads in for 25k once more. Gets a quick call from Org, and Org has turned a pair of kings. So Org is not going anywhere just yet. Seat 1 slows down a bit. Checks it over to Org. He's firing. But how much? Think he's counting out 40,000 there. Those purple chips are worth 5k each. At least to me it looks like 42,000. 42 or 37? 37. 36. I was wrong both ways. 36 and a quick call from the pair of 8s. Needs a 9 or an 8 on a river to take the lead once more. Otherwise, This already 200k pot is going over to Org. 10 of spades on the river, meaning that Org is still good with top pair, top kicker. Player 1 is very, very unpredictable. And he might even lead in here and try and bluff this one away. He hasn't checked yet. Maybe he's doing all that to try and get Org to check behind and get the cheap showdown and not face another bet from Org, but Org is still betting. I don't think Org is gonna go bigger. Yeah, it looks like just 30k, so he's trying to milk player 1 here. Bets 25,000 and a quick fold from player 1. Even though he's getting 9-1 almost, he doesn't want to call with the 4th pair here. And nice pot goes over to Org here, now up to 379,000. Mr. White down to 325,000. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. None of the players are at immediate risk, but seat number 9 here is our shortest stack with 15 big blinds. After putting in the blinds and antes the last hand. Vismukas, hello to you as well. Nice to see you in the chat. This is 888 Live Tallinn main event. We just started the coverage 30 minutes ago. Already one player has busted. That was Mr. Diaz from Spain after coming into the final table with the shortest stack. Shoved all in with ace-2 suited. Got a quick call from De La Rosa. No, not De La Rosa. It was seat number 8 who called with ace-king off. Didn't get any help and took home 2140 for his troubles. This is a 3-day event, so this is day 3 and a final table. We started yesterday with 33 players remaining, played down to the final 9. And now we are going to play down to the winner. Ace-Jack is a raise from De La Rosa. Demi thinking about it with ace-6 from the button. Probably gonna be either a 3-bet or a fold. He is the biggest stack. He can put quite a lot of pressure on De La Rosa, who is, I think he's second in chips. And there is quite a big difference between those two, according to the chip stacks. So Demi can put so much pressure on him, and he's gonna put some pressure on right now. 3 bets to 47,000. De La Rosa, it's not a simple decision for him. Do you want to play a huge pot against the chip leader while you're second in chips with ace-jack off suited out of position? I would say you don't. Is there any players from Lithuania? Unfortunately not. The last player from Lithuania busted in, I think, 14th place. So unfortunately none of the players from Lithuania made it to the final table this time. And De La Rosa is contemplating. I don't think De La Rosa is gonna want to start calling here. De La Rosa is probably thinking about 4-betting or folding. And De La Rosa is going to fold, so nice bluff from Demi. De La Rosa is going to have to 4-bet there sometimes, at least like I think 20% of the time against the chip leader, because the chip leader can definitely put so much pressure on you. But you don't want to call out of position with a hand like ace-jack off. You want to call with, probably want to call with ace-queen off. Definitely ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited, probably even ace-10 suited. But ace-jack off doesn't play that well post-flop against the chip leader out of position, in my opinion. Seven more minutes remaining until the blinds go up to 5 and 10. That means we probably get to play like 2 or 3 more hands on this level. Laugals from Latvia and 20 big blinds. Ace-8 off from Andrigan. I think that's an easy fold. But let's see if Laugals agrees with me. Yes, he does. Ace-5 off for Org now. Org is one the other one of those conventional players. He's definitely not as unconventional as seed number 1, who is just a wild card. But Org has been well disciplined today. I like the way he's played today. I don't think Org has made any mistakes besides a couple of maybe bet size differences we might have had, but maybe Org had a little chat with a couple of his more experienced friends, and what I think about Org is he's definitely talented. He has his own unique style. I don't think he's bad. I think he's a quick learner, and he's just not as experienced as the other players. But from what I've seen from Org, I'm actually rooting for him. I really like the way he approaches poker, and he's a fun player to watch. And I like the fold from ace-5 off. I think yesterday we would have seen him play that hand. So that shows that he's probably picking up from his mistakes quite fast. So I'm a fan already. And De La Rosa comes in for another raise, and look at that. Demi is not letting De La Rosa get anything for cheap here. Another 3-bet against De La Rosa, this time with 9-8 suited. And again, De La Rosa has to fold. De La Rosa is a bit handcuffed here because Demi is to his left. So probably De La Rosa is going to have to tighten up his opening range when you have a player like that just abusing you to your left. But I have to take my hat off of Demi. Nice 3-bets against the correct opponent, and this is something I have always wanted to see from the big stacks, and it looks like Demi is the big stack of my of my commentator's dreams. He's playing correctly, he's applying pressure, picking his spots, not giving anything away for free, and this is how you build those big chip stacks, and this is how you extend those chip leads. Constantly putting on pressure, and this is eventually how you win tournaments. Even though I am not a professional poker player, I know quite a lot about tournament poker. I've won my fair share of tournaments, and I've studied my fair share of poker even in the past couple of years. So trust me when I tell you, you want to be doing what Demi is doing. Look at the way Demi is playing from what we've seen from at least the beginning, and you can study quite a lot how to close out tournaments. It doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed win for him, but he's doing the best, giving himself the best odds to go deep and win this one. Pocket 3s for Mr. White. He's gonna limp in from the button. Usually it's going to be a raise with a hand as strong as 3s from the button, because you don't want to get the overcards free, basically a free draw for the overcards. Something like, let's say 9-6, 10-6, Jack-7, all those hands, you don't want them to draw for free. So this is why you want to isolate with 3s, and then now Laugals is going all in with ace-6. I mean, it's going to be a guessing game if player 1 is going to call or not. I honestly don't know. I haven't seen too much of him. All I've seen is that he's more than willing to put chips in, but is he willing to call off 20 big blinds with pocket 3s? Only he himself knows. No, the answer is no, so he's going to fold. And Laugals picks up a couple of blinds, another ante, and a much needed pot for Laugals. Now over 20 big blinds for him, 21 big blinds to be exact. And Demi is now almost breaking that 100 big blind stack. Needs one more to be over 100 big blinds, and this is a good spot to be in when you're at the final table, to have more than or hovering around at 100 big blinds. I mean, even 40 big blinds on a final table is a huge stack, especially because pots don't go that large that easy. So you have a lot of waiting room, playing room, and waiting room in case you start running super cold, playing room to apply a lot of pressure, and maybe you run into a couple of huge hands. You can still keep on doing that without getting short and being handcuffed. So that is an ideal situation for Demi here. So Arp with 9-6 suited. He's gonna fold, and Demi, I expect to see a raise with ace-4 suited. And of course we have a lot of Riley fans here in the chat today. And I have some good news for you. If you're a local Estonian or if you're rooting for Estonians, then Ott Tänak is officially the winner of WRC Rally Estonia stage. Congratulations to Tänak and everybody rooting for him. He has just finished. So Estonia is in party mode right now. Everybody's a rally driver. Demi raises it 18,000 and Metsla, is he gonna come in with a 3-bet? Yes, he is with pocket jacks. Makes it 53 and it's going to be interesting if Demi is gonna call with a suited ace. No. He's going to fold it quite quickly, doesn't want to play against Metsla here. And Metsla takes this one down. You can see the chip stacks in front of you. Sorry, I was a bit distracted reading the news about the rally. I promise I'll focus on poker now. But still, it's a big deal. First ever Rally Estonia. Well, not Rally Estonia first ever, but as a WRC stage. And a huge win for Tänak. Here you have Metsla. He has 340,000 approximately. He's fourth in chips at the moment. His contremate Org right in front of him with 45 big blinds. But it is Demi and De La Rosa in the lead at the moment. Mikael Demirörs is from Sweden, if you're wondering. So you see that Swedish aggression that everybody in the world is talking about. When you go all in with something like Ace-4 against pocket eights, you call it a Swedish flip. Meanwhile, Metsla picks up another small pot and builds slowly but surely. Metsla is definitely a capable player. Haven't seen Metsla make any huge mistakes whatsoever. Playing very decently. The blinds have gone up to 5,000, 10,000 now for the next 45 minutes. Meaning we are getting slightly shallower. This is big news, especially for those shorter stacks. Seat number 9 there. Our shorter stack hasn't played any hands just yet. He has about 12 big blinds after the blinds have gone up, so he needs to make something happen soon. Still some waiting room. He can wait approximately 2 orbits before he gets into that desperation mode. In 2 orbits he's gonna lose 5 big blinds and then he would have something like 7 left. So 2 orbits is a decent amount of time, but still not that long. That's 16 hands. So thinking about it, no, he's gonna fold, and now it's Org, who I think came in for a raise for 20,000. Yep, it looks that way. Org has 4 of those purple chips in front of him from the button, so it's a button raise, and now De La Rosa, I think, is contemplating a 3-bet. Or a call. Can't really see. But it looks like a 3-bet from his body language. Yep, that's a 3-bet to 70,000 it looks like. or 65. It's either 70 or 65,000 from the small blind. And now it's big blind's decision, and big blind hasn't folded just yet either. Big blind thinking about it, but nope. Probably had something like ace 10, ace jack, but nope, he's gonna fold. So all the way back to Org now, facing a 3-bet from the small blind after coming in for a raise from the button, and he hasn't folded either. We still don't see what the players are holding, unfortunately, but I'm guessing Org has a real decision. Nope, he's gonna fold, so a 3-bet from De La Rosa is gonna work out, and he's gonna add about 40,000 to his chip stack. It looks like De La Rosa raised with ace-5 suited, nice raise, and Org had to fold the ace-8 off. So a beautiful 3-bet works out perfectly for De La Rosa here pre-flop. Ignore the graphics, these are not correct. It was 3-bet by De La Rosa and a fold from Org. So moving on. Our shortest stack now, first to act, is going to fold. Mr. White folds as well. All the way to Metzla now. One more time, Metzla is an internet player, as far as I know at least, as well. Well, and he has also had some nice results from live tournaments. He got second place in the High Roller tournament a couple weeks ago in Tallinn Summer Showdown. And Metzla is going to come in with a raise. Mark Metzla has total live earnings of 81,000, best live cash is 22,000. And if you're wondering, then yes, he has cashed a total of 9 times in this year's WSOP, including WSOP main event, the $5,000 main event. He is a big boss online. Nine cashes in a single WSOP is a huge amount of cashes. Metzla bets 19,000 on a flop of King 7-4, but Demi has flopped a pair of 7s, so I don't see Demi going anywhere. He's going to call. So let's see the turn. Metzla has a couple of very nice turn cards he can bluff. Any 9, any jack, any ace, any spade he can definitely continue on. That's a 9 of hearts and a check from Demi. Let's see if Metzla is gonna barrel this 9 of hearts. No, he's gonna check behind, try and take his equity. Try and hit it Queen 10 or Jack, but that's 5 of hearts. Another check from Demi, and Metzla, probably I don't see him checking this one back. I don't think Queen High has any showdown value, so he's going to have to try and bluff at this one. It's a matter of sizing here. No, Metzla is gonna check behind. Thinks that it's way too often Demi has a hand he's gonna call with, but I think a bet from Metzla would have worked. Metzla definitely has a few hearts that he checks back on the turn with. But no, he thinks differently, doesn't want to bluff against the chip leader, so he's gonna give up and give this one over to Demi. And Demi's gonna be happy with that. He didn't want to face a bet. Definitely did not. So everybody giving a bit of respect for Demi, and Demi is just increasing his chip lead hand after hand. And he's playing well as well. I think, by the way these players are playing, I think it's either gonna be up to Demi De La Rosa or Metzla to win this one. Of course, anyone else has a chance and a decent chance, but those are the players making the least amount of mistakes. Soer is playing decently as well, but he, out of those 3 players, is the shortest stack at the moment. He's gonna need to double up a couple times through Demi to take the lead. He's not super short, he has about 25 big blinds, but still. It's Metzla, De La Rosa and Demi playing the most amount of hands, so they are giving themselves a chance to build that stack. And Metzla comes in for another raise, this time from under the gun. Gets through to De La Rosa, who hasn't folded yet. Looks like he has a definitely hand he has to think with. Wow. Looks like he has a hand he has to think with. Obviously, he's thinking about it. What I mean is, he's contemplating a 3-bet. I really don't see. It looks like a 3-bet against Metzla. So, it looks like player 1 came in for a call with Queen 10, Metzla isolated with pocket 5s, and now De La Rosa made a call himself with King Queen suited, and now seat number 9, our shortest stack, is thinking about overcalling with 9-7 suited. That is Estonian local play at its finest if he should have done it, but nicely folds the hand, leaves himself with 10 big blinds. And seat number 1 comes along with Queen 10 off. So 3 ways in a raised pot to the flop, 124 in the middle already. This might get interesting. Deuce, 9 and an ace, so everybody misses. Metzla's 5s are still good. Easy going to c-bet against 2 opponents though. No, it's seat 1 leading out for 50,000. Another weird play at a beautiful time for seat 1. And Metzla hasn't folded yet. Metzla has picked up that he's leading into those pots way too often. He cannot have it every single time. So player 1 takes away the betting lead from Metzla and just wants to be the first one in the pot every time. And now Metzla has a weird decision. I mean, he still has De La Rosa to worry about after him. He only has pocket 5s. There's the ace out there. It's very likely one of those players has an ace. We can see that they don't. But still, you can see the Metzla is struggling. He's not believing seat 1, but he is worried about De La Rosa. That's what I'm thinking. So he's going to fold. De La Rosa is going to fold. And the worst hand picks up this pot. And I mean, I wonder if those players have someone feeding them information from the stream, and in about 30 minutes they know that seat 1 is fooling around maybe a bit too much. Do not trust seat 1. I repeat, do not trust seat 1. And I think the best tactic against him is not to bet into him, but let him do the betting and just call him down. When you have something, at least. Of course, pocket 5s is probably not a hand you want to start calling down with on a ace-high board. You don't have many good cards to come on turns and rivers. So even if your opponent is bluffing, they can easily take the lead. But if you have an ace there, you just want to call. Demi with 816,000, more than double than the second place De La Rosa at the moment. And seat 1 is our third place at the moment, but the stacks are very evenly together, not much separating the players. Second place and sixth place, only 17 big blinds, especially in terms of big blinds. It's very evenly spread across the table, besides for Demi, who should be licking his chops. He should be putting a lot of pressure on, which he has done, which is a nice little change from these final tables. To see the chip leader play aggressively, applying pressure, especially on the right stacks, those second, third, fourth place stacks. Looks like the players at least are having a good time at the table. Sharing a few laughs. Folded all the way to Soar. With 23.5 big blinds, he's going to have to fold. Demi now from the button definitely gonna come in for a raise. Makes it 23,000 from the button. Gets rid of the small blind. And now seat 1, the stickiest player of them all, finds a good hand. King Jack suited. Dare I say it, the clash of the titans. The big stack and the one who will never be bullied. Who's gonna come out on top? An open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Demi, so that's a very good flop for Demi. Check from seat 1, which is kind of surprising, doesn't want to lead in. So maybe even seat 1 is giving Demi a little bit of respect. Check, check on a flop and a deuce of clubs. So I'm guessing Demi also knows that player 1 is very capable of leading into him, so wants to realize some equity and makes the straight. I wouldn't be surprised to see player 1 lead in here and try and bluff this one away. And if I'm Demi, I just want to call here. No reason to start raising. Let the man do the thing. Nice call from Demi. I'm very impressed by him. Makes a call with the straight. And that is the worst river Demi has ever seen. Ever. Now his straight gets counterfeited. There's at least a small chance that seat 1 has the 7. But seat 1 has checked it over to Demi. And if I'm Demi, maybe I want to try and bluff this one away from my opponent. Put something like a pot-sized bet in there, because his opponent is going to have to call for a chop. So he's betting 90,000 and seat 1 has to fold, so even though his straight got counterfeited, a nice aggressive bet takes this one home from Demi, and I'm calling it now. He's going to win this event. Don't quote me on that. But Demi is playing well and he has the biggest stack, so Demirers from Sweden. I mean, it's gonna be an uphill battle for the rest of the field. Demirers came into this final table with 662,000, has already built his stack up to 900,000. He has also eliminated the only player from this final table who has been eliminated. That was Mr. Guillaume Diaz from France. Diaz took home 2,300 euros for 9th place finish. 2,140 euros, excuse me. But the winner of this event takes home 20,000. This is the final table of this 888 live event here in Tallinn. Why is it called Player 1? Sofa King asks. Because Player 1 or Seat 1 and Seat 9, they don't want their names to be said out in the stream or to be known. So they requested us to not tell their names, and we complied. So if they want some privacy, it's fine by me. Don't really care. So let's call them Player 1 and Player 9. Ace Jack for Demi gets a call from Queen Deuce of Spades. And Queen Deuce of Spades from the small blind flops a flush draw on a King 8-3 board. Demi does have the Ace of Spades, and Player 1 is leading in for 22,000. I think Demi is gonna float this one, especially with one overcard and the backdoor to the nut flush. No reason to fold, no reason to raise, so he's going to call in position. And we're gonna play a turn, which is the actionist of the action cards. Jack of Spades gives Demi a pair of jacks with the ace kicker and a nut flush draw, but Seat 1 now with the second, no, not second nut flush, but still Queen high flush. This might get ugly. Of course, depending on the river. Because Seat 1 is going to continue betting. He's going to bet something like 60k. Demi is going to call. And if the river is something like a jack or an ace, I think Demi's gonna lose a lot of money. Ooh, that's a large bet. That's a bet of 95,000. Leaving himself with 185 behind. And it's gonna be very difficult for Demi to get away from this hand. It looks like kind of a setup. I would be super surprised if Demi folded here. I think Demirers is going to call one more time, especially against the super aggressive opponent. It's just a bad cooler for Demi at this point. That for once, seat 1 actually has a hand. Demi can still take the lead with a spade though. So he's going to make the call. Needing a spade on a river, and he really does not want to see an ace or a jack, or else he's gonna double up seat 1. He might even do it anyway, if it's a brick. That's a brick-ish. That's eight of clubs, giving Demi 2 pair jacks and 8s, but seat 1 still good with queen high flush. Let's see if Demirers can get away from his hand. He has the ace of spades, so there's less bluffs in seat 1's range. That's for sure. Seat 1 can bluff with some ace highs there with a spade. Seat 1 still hasn't put the chips in, but we can see that he's going to do it eventually. Trying to sell a story that he is contemplating a bluff. 185,000 would be the all-in bet. Doesn't even go all-in, bets 105 and gets a quick call from Demirers, which I don't really blame, because I think Demi has some info that player 1 has been way out of line way too many times, but this time it's Demirers paying him off. Runs into the flush of seat number 1, and look at that, seat number 1 is on the heels of Demirers. Demirers is not a runaway chip leader any longer. They are basically even just 5 big blinds separating those two after this hand. If seat 1 is going to end up winning this event, I am going to be firstly surprised, secondly amazed, thirdly I think happy. Anyway, a weird hand, and seat 1 takes down a huge pot, all but doubles up, almost doubles up through Demirers, yeah. What a turn. What a nice play from Mr. White, yeah. And I have to say, I cannot blame Demi for calling. Seat 1 has been bluffing almost every single hand. At one point you're gonna start have to calling him down. I think it's just kind of bad luck that his opponent this time had it, but I think it's a decent call and well played from seat 1 as well. Ace 4 suited for Soar now. And no way that's an all-in. No, it's just a raise, right? His body language said all-in, but I think it's just a raise. Yeah, raise to 20. Yeah, 22,000 instead. Seat 1 isn't going anywhere with pocket 8s. He's not going anywhere with anything, but especially with pocket 8s, he's gonna come along. And now Metzler is thinking about it in the small blind. Nice suited connector hand, but at the same time you're gonna have to play against 2 out of position. Still good enough for a call for him. And I think it's actually a beautiful spot for Laugals to shove all in though. You have so much dead money in the pot already. And he does go all in. I think Soar is going to fold. And let's see if seat 1 is going to find a call. And if he's going to find a call, he's going to have Laugals in a very bad shape, as well as take over the chip lead from Demi. But first, it's Soar who's gonna have to fold. And he's gonna fold eventually. Of course, he's a bit annoyed that he doesn't get to play too many flops, but still, I mean, it's not even a hard decision. It's not even close. It's an easy fold with 2 players left to hack after you. And this is part of the reason you don't want to call from the small blind if you're Metzler with a hand like that. That you still have a shorter reshove stack to act after you, and there's so much dead money that the short stack is going to be going all in quite often there. And seat 1 makes the call, and he has Laugals in a very bad shape. Laugals from Latvia is at the verge of being eliminated in 8th place. He can still hit a 5 though, or a lot of diamonds. Let's see the flop first. That's 1 diamond. That's 2 diamonds. Needs running diamonds or a 5 on turn and river, or else he will be eliminated in 8th place. That's the 8 of diamonds. That's kind of a iffy card, and look at that. Player 1 makes the set on the turn, but that is the 8 of diamonds. He didn't want to make that set because by the river, Laugals makes the flush, and he's going to double up through seat 1. And what a sick run out that was. The 8 to rub it in Mr. White's face, and Laugals now is a contender. He's now not just eliminated, he's in, but he's in with a decent stack of 36 big blinds. So still no eliminations besides Diaz very early on. And look at that, how close together everybody is. That's actually good news for Demi, because that means that Demi is now again our chip leader, and he can once more put a lot of pressure on these players. Seat number 9 hasn't played a single hand throughout our final table coverage. Of course, we have only been live for... how long have we been live? We've been live for hour and 3 minutes approximately, right? So in an hour and 3 minutes, seat 9 hasn't been able to play any hands just yet. Has lost 65,000 to the blinds and antes, and now is left with 9 big blinds. De La Rosa under the gun, 5-4, he's gonna fold. 8-5 for Soer, he's going to fold as well. Couple of folds. And now seat 9 finally finds a hand to go all in with. Pocket 9s. He's gonna ship it in for the 9 big blinds. Let's see if anybody finds anything to call with. Metzla might just do that. Ace-10 suited from the button. Is it a hand to reshove with? I think so, yes. You have 24 big blinds effective. You have 9 big blinds stacked shoving in front of you. Yes, Metzla must know that seat 9 hasn't played any hands, but it might be just him running cold. I think it's a reshove from Metzla. I would be very surprised to see Metzla fold. Well, not very, but decently. Of course, there are ICM implications and so on, with everybody being so evenly spread across the table. But I think Metzla is the type of player to not fold there, but it looks like he's going to fold. No. Still hasn't done anything. I mean, it's a reshove, isn't it? Tell me, Chad, is it a reshove or is it not? It's close-ish, but I think it still leans towards a reshove. He's going to go all in for 242,000. The blinds are going to fold, and we are off to the races. Ace-10 suited against pocket 9s. Ace-10 suited actually with a slight lead here after we've seen the hands that the players have folded, but it's still a coin flip. Metzla needs some hearts, some high cards, or an ace or a 10 preferably. Good start for player 9 here. King 8-6 is a very safe board, not even a single heart out there. 3 of hearts, needs to keep it low to double up through Metzla. Can he do it, or will he be eliminated by the river? And he will not. That's a deuce of spades on the river, meaning that Metzla doubles up seat number 9. Seat number 9 waited for an hour, went all in, doubled up, and now it's Metzla, our shortest stack. Left with 150,000 or 15 big blinds. Still nobody super short, especially now that seat 9 has doubled up. But the blinds are going up slowly but ever so surely. So Metzla now our shortest stack, but still Soar and seat 9 right around the same area with 20 big blinds against Metzla's 15. So it's the Estonians at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment, taking the 4 lowest spots, and it's the visitors as the chip leaders, or the four chip leaders at the moment. 4 local players, 1 Swede, 1 Latvian, and 1 player who I'm not really sure where he's from, and of course De La Rosa from Spain. It's the mystery man in seat number 9 with pocket 9s, making it 35,000. A huge raise actually from high check. Does not scare Org from small blind though. He's gonna call. De La Rosa is gonna come along. Everybody wants to play against seat 1. Everybody wants to play against seat 1. King, Queen, 5, meaning that at least De La Rosa has taken the lead from seat 1, but it's Org leading in. Org bets 75,000, gets a quick fold and a nice fold from De La Rosa. I'm not sure what Org has, but I don't think Org is bluffing into that pot that often. Seat 1 shows the 9s, Org shows King, Jack. So Org doesn't get any extra value there, but at least protects his equity with the King and takes down a decent size spot worth 190,000. You can see the pre-flop raising percentages as we played about 25 hands, I guess. So not that important at the moment, since seat 9 has only played 1 hand, which is gone all in with and doubled up through. But still gives you a little indication of who is playing more active, who is not. So it's a call from seat 1 now, this time with Jack 8. So we can expect him to be in almost every pot. Almost. Jack 8 is good enough for him to call, and Org is thinking about it from the button with 9-6 suited. Of course he wants to play against seat 1, but at the same time you have more players to worry about, and here's one of them. De La Rosa with King Jack suited, definitely a good hand. Let's see if he wants to isolate seat 1 here. Or he's just gonna make a call. Yep, he's just gonna call, so 3 players with a jack. A jack on a flop would make it very interesting, because I don't see Soar doing anything but checking behind here. Yep, he's gonna check behind, so 3 ways to the flop. 4, 6, 9. We can see that Org would have flopped top 2, but no players with a pair. But I think something tells me that seat 1 is going to win this hand. Checked it over to him. Seat 1 is gonna check it back, which is surprising to me, because now Soar picks up a flush draw. De La Rosa picks up a straight draw, which he doesn't really like, so he's gonna check. Soar probably gonna check. Let's see if seat 1 bets now. Nope. 10 would have been an interesting card, making straight for both De La Rosa and seat 1. 5 meaning that De La Rosa's king high is still good, and that is a nice gift for De La Rosa. He's gonna be happy to see that his king high is good. He gives us a little chuckle, and interesting that seat 1 didn't want to bluff at it this time. We've seen him bluff plenty more times, and it would have worked at any point of the hand. De La Rosa's best live cash is 6,000 euros, so I mean $6,000 even. Total live earnings 14,000. So with a nice score here, he can definitely get his best live cash. Needs top 4 finish or better, and when he finishes top 2, I mean, or better, he's gonna double his total live earnings. So a nice showing for De La Rosa here. Biggest live score comes from Spanish Poker Festival 2019 from the Super High Roller, where he finished 5th. Hasn't had any final tables before or after that. He's picked up a couple of cashes this year and last year. Look at that. Look at how one player can change the dynamic of every table. This table is playing just completely different to the way they would usually play if we didn't have seat 1 limping in every hand. Look at that. That one limp brought in 5 other players. We are heading to the flop 6 ways. You never see that thing in final tables ever. And that is a good flop for seat 9. Pocket 10s. Very safe board. Couple players with top pair. 3 players actually with top pair. That is the actionist of the action boards actually. Org with top pair king kicker. Demiraz with top pair jack kicker. Seat 1 with top pair 8 kicker. Seat 9 with an over pair. Sohar with second pair jack kicker. And Metzler with a pair of himself. Everybody has a piece of this board. That is a firstly 6 ways to the flop. Now it's everybody has some piece of this board. 3 players with a top pair, 1 player with an over pair. It's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna see develop here. It's a bet for Demiraz for 25k. Seat 1 goes all in with his pocket 10s with the dream flop. Metzler is probably gonna fold. Seat 1, we don't know what Seat 1 is gonna do with his top pair. We don't know what Org is gonna do with his king 7, facing a bet and a shove. So we see a couple of those top pairs folded away. Org makes an easy fold, and it looks like seat 9 just going all in and everybody folding, and what seemed like a huge action flop and everybody flopping top pair. Nothing much happened. It's just Demiraz losing just 25,000. So with the way the players were seated, not too much money went into this flop, yeah, or into this pot. Demiraz still our chip leader with 600,000, and seat 9, after winning 2 hands of the 2 he has played, is now up to 300,000. And that is the limp from under the gun and shove the flop strategy that we all know and love from seat number 9. Look how evenly those stacks are spread together. Seat 1 this time with ace 5, he's gonna come in with a call. And Laugals is like, yes! Give me pocket kings against seat 1. This is dreams. This is what dreams are made of. I can isolate. I can start, you know, I can expect him to bet at any flop. So yeah, let's make it 35,000. Life is good. I would even make it bigger against seat 1. I mean, you know he's gonna call you. Why not start building the pot already? So everybody else is folded to seat 1, who is going to call for 25. And we're gonna see a flop. Laugals does not want to see an ace though. Ooh, what a flop for seat 1. Flops top 2 pair on an ace 4-5 board. Laugals has the king of hearts for backdoor heart draw, but that is a disaster flop for Laugals. Let's see if he's gonna lose any money though. And let's see if player 1 is gonna lead in. Yes, he's betting 85,000. And what do you do if you're Laugals? You've seen seat 1 do it with like 7-8, 8-9, queen 10 even at spots like that. And this time he has top 2, and I mean, if I'm Laugals, I'm calling. I'm calling and hating life, but I'm still calling. Let me know in the chat, what would you do? Of course we can see that Laugals is far behind here, but and Laugals manages to fold to kings straight on the flop. I'm not sure if seat 1 showed him the ace 5 or just the 5, but he definitely showed him the 5. Gets away from the kings. And seat 1 running like God, playing extraordinarily weird and building a stack. Should be second in chips now. Look at that aggression frequency, 42%. Mania says that it was a good fold, and it indeed was a good fold. We saw that his opponent had top 2, but it's so difficult to put him on a... And Soher has been kind of card dead, hasn't been able to make much happen for him. He's gonna fold, and Demi might come in for a call. They're playing quite deep. And player 9, he was quiet for an hour, and then he picked up 9s, doubled up, then he picked up 10s, got all but a double up with everybody folding, and now he has aces. We're gonna see a 3-bet. How much is the question? Is it gonna be a small 3-bet? Is it gonna be a big 3-bet? He should make it something like, with his stack, something like an all-in. Yeah, he should put it all in. I don't think he has a 3-bet bluffing range there anyway, so all-in would make it look the weakest. Try and get calls from something like 8s, 9s, 7s, ace-king, ace-queen. I think when he's 3-betting, he's gonna look way too strong. So a nice all-in from seat 9, and now he's just hoping to get some action, which he's not going to get. Org is gonna fold, Demi is not gonna call with pocket deuces. So another small pot over to seat 9 now, who's right in the mix of it now. Right in the middle of the pack with 35 big blinds. We have 5 minutes remaining until we're gonna go on a short break. We are still 8-handed on this final table. The winner of this event takes home 20,000. My name is Christian Laas. I will be with you whole day today until we crown the winner for this exciting final table coverage. Brought to you by 888 and Olympic Casino. Metzla now our shortest stack with 14 big blinds. Soar second shortest with 18. Rest of the field is feeling comfortable with 30 or more. Very even chip stacks. For a while now it looks like Demi was running away with this final table, but it's still, after losing a huge pot against seat 1, pot worth 500,000 with his second pair and nut flush draw running into queen high flush. He's now still the chip leader, but now not as comfortable as he used to be. 57 big blinds for him. One fold, 2 folds. De La Rosa, 6-3 is gonna hit the muck. Or is it? Yep, he is going to fold. So folded all the way to Demi Röhrzer. Doesn't find anything he wants to play with. 9-7. So blind versus blinds. Seat 1 is gonna call at least with 10-8. Might even be a shove. And it is a race to 30,000. And Metzla finds himself ace-king off. And that's an all-in from Metzla. Interesting to see just a raise against Metzla's stack, because Metzla only has 120,000 behind. I think 10-8 suited usually is even a shove against that stack, but Metzla is happy with that. Metzla can get to go all in himself with ace-king off. Does his little routine that we've seen him do all night yesterday as well before he goes all in. Leaning in towards the chips, seeing how much he has, looks at the clock for a couple of times, and then he's gonna go all in. Tries to make himself look as weak as possible. He has this routine every single time he's going all in. If you remember the coverage from yesterday. He's going all in. And player 1 is thinking, am I pot committed here? Do I feel like gambling? Do you feel lucky, punk? I think he's gonna end up folding. Since he just raised anyway, he's gonna end up folding. Still asks for a count. 100k to call, as we can see from the screen. We can see that 10-8 suited actually has 42% against ace-king here. He actually is getting the right odds, and he's going to make the call. So Metzla is at risk of elimination, but he's in the lead with ace-king against 10-8. Seat 1 needs a 10 or an 8 or some straight or flush cards to eliminate Metzla. Metzla just wants to see an ace and get it over with. That is not a good start for Metzla, but that is a safe board. King of Diamonds is a risky card because gives player 1 a flush draw. Metzla is going to double up through player 1 though, up to 270,000, and that is the third time we've seen the short stack double up. The story of yesterday continues, where the featured table just doesn't want to see small stacks eliminated, and that is a very good pot for Metzla now, up to 270,000, seat 1 at one point being up to 600,000, now down to 300,000. He's definitely not afraid to be in the mix. And all of a sudden, it's Soar, our shortest stack, but he still has 18 big blinds, so nobody super short. After this hand, we are gonna go on a break for 15-minute break, so just a short break, but we're gonna play one more hand. Because we still have 10 seconds left of this level. So don't go anywhere far, just 15 minutes. Players are gonna get to stretch their legs, as will we. Orc is gonna fold. And when we come back, the blinds are 6 and 12k, and Orc seems to be happy about going to the break. Fist pumping, yep. Monkey laughing about the call with 10-8. And Soar in kind of a tough spot. Undergun +2 with ace-10 off. With 18 big blinds effective, what do? Do you raise? Do you shove? Yep, he's going all in, and is Demiror's gonna eliminate Soar here? He wants to know Soar's stack. He has him dominated with ace-queen, and this is gonna be a doozy shoot Demiror's call here. Soar has gone all in for 18 big blinds. Demi goes all in over the top against Soar. Player 1 is gonna fold, Metzla is gonna fold. So we're gonna see an all-in flop. Yeah, don't believe the graphics. This is Soar at risk with ace-10 against Demiror's ace-queen. And Demirors needs his ace-queen to hold to eliminate Soar in 8th place. Let's see if he can do that. Jack 7-8 gives a flush draw for Soar. Needs a club, 10-9, anything. Beautiful flop for Soar, but that's a brick and a brick on flop and a turn. And we eliminate Soar in 8th place. Soar takes home, let me tell you exactly, 2,500 euros for his 8th place finish. While Demirors is our chip leader once again. We're gonna go on break for 13 minutes. Don't go anywhere far. See you guys soon.
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find someone else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be loved.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's £3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. Something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Past couple of days have been crazy. I don't even know where to start. I came here from the airport, jumped straight into the 25K, busted. That was a bad start. Next day was already 5-diamond main event, and I had a big piece of a really deep run into the tournament. There was a 5K side event where I had a big piece of the winner of that one as well. Then it was the 100K, and I made 4th place myself. And after I busted, I actually went straight over to Aria, played a 10K, won that one. So I'm kind of on a really good run. Right now we're at the Poker Go studio next to Aria, and we're playing the 300K Super High Roller Bowl. I started playing poker when I was very young, 16 years old, in high school with my friends. We just watched it on TV one day, and then we just started playing. I was just happy playing, you know, €2,000 tournaments, But basically what changed for me was that one year there was a really good 25k at a PCA. Played against a bunch of people that I thought weren't that good, so I figured why not just play all of them. I was on a really bad run up until one drop, which I ended up winning for 3.5 million. And you know, it's a tournament, so anyone can win. Basically, when I won that tournament, a lot of people came to me and said that was about time that I won something. I was probably the biggest loser in 100Ks, 50Ks for you know, 2 years. Certainly this year winning close to 6 million has been phenomenal. Lost my stack first hand, but thankfully they give you 3 stacks, so it's all okay. Hi Igor, what's up? No. The high rollers are basically just a bunch of people that travel the world, and we meet at different stops and play against each other. Sometimes this guy shows up, you know, sometimes those guys show up, but in general the core group is always the same. Yeah, for people like me, it basically only makes sense to play the highest events. People pay you a lot of markup just to show up, so basically sometimes you just get paid 10k just to show up at a tournament, and that's nice.
Back over to the feature table. Nice spot from Nietzsche. Oh yeah, ace king against ace 7. Ace 9, 8. And the turn. Any straightiness? Nope. Top 2, so ace 7 will draw dead.
Special about super high rollers in general is just that once you get to this buy-in level, you truly do filter out the middle tier kind of regulars. The professionals that play there, they made it there because they're the best. And it's always a battle on the highest level.
5 1/4 bigs for Dominic, so yeah, he's all in. Schindler puts the 4-bet in. Club draw for Nietzsche. Paired board. Queen or a 10 will do it too, so 14 outs twice. Nietzsche with all of those outs, of which he picked up an additional few on the turn in the form of a gutter. Somehow the 9s hold, and Dominic will redeem one of his green biscuits.
God, it's been going really badly. Down on my 3rd bullet already. Don't think I could have done anything. Just gotta do better now. We're still at 55 blinds, so plenty to work with. Yeah, just how tournaments go sometimes, you know. But thankfully here you get 3 tries, otherwise I'd be out already. If you're playing against a professional and you notice something they do wrong, you know, like a weakness in their game, most of the time this is just going to be gone the next time you play against them, because everyone works on their game so hard. Every single one of them, when they make a mistake, you can see it on their face that they will be at home figuring out why did they make this mistake. I can guarantee you the next time they won't make the mistake. Always nice to do.
And the river pairs the board, ace 10. Sending 10-6 into the muck, and Dominic Nietzsche's hopes for a cash here in Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Once you realize that poker is just a game with a lot of luck, it does take the pressure off, you know? It's not a personal game where you have like history with one another and like you guys really hate each other and this guy, you know, did this to you and this to you. That stuff doesn't happen because I find at the highest level, like, everyone has a lot of mutual respect for one another. Unless someone really messes up, you know, poker hands kind of play themselves. And if you study hard, you work hard on your game, you're going to be so much more relaxed, you know. You're going to be pulling that trigger on a bluff. You don't care because you know it's a good play. That's the main thing I want to stress here, is that poker is not personal. Basically what happens now is that you gotta work harder for a smaller progress. There's only so much you can fit into your head as a human being, you know. There's a limit to how good we can get at this game. Obviously I've matured as a person. I've been playing for, you know, 12 years now, and I'm a different person. If I put in like 10 hours of study now, it's only gonna get me so much better. But for me, I'll tell you what, that's the really fun part, you know. I'm loving the game. It's just fun for me to figure this out, you know.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final table coverage of this 888 live event here in Tallinn, Estonia, Olympic Park Casino. On the last hand of before the break we saw Demirers from Sweden eliminate Siim Sooäär from Estonia in 8th place, who took home a 2,500 euros for his 8th place finish. You can see the chip stacks in front of you at the moment. Demirers is by now our runaway chip leader, and this is just perfect. Look at that, 2nd place and 7th place divided by only 11 big blinds, so Demirers should be able to put immense amount of pressure on all these players and just bully this table around, because the ICM implications between those other 6 players is absolutely huge. This is a dream case scenario for the chip leader as the chips are at the moment. Nobody wants to be the 7th place out. 7th place takes home, let's say 3,000 euros, but the 2nd place takes home 13.5 thousand euros. And when there's only 11 big blinds separating 7th and 2nd, then this is like the dream for the chip leader. Let's see how this one plays out. It's folded all the way to seat 9. Player number 9 with Jack 10 suited. The blinds have gone up to 6,000, 12,000, and my name of course is Christian Laas. I'll be with you all day today. This is day 3 of this 3-day festival. Well, I mean the main event. The festival itself is way longer. And seat 9 comes in for a raise to 32,000. So makes it 2.6x. And Org has a decision with pocket 6s. I don't think Org is a type of player to fold this one. Neither is the type of player to 3-bet this one, so he's going to call. We're gonna see a flop heads up. Pocket 6s against Jack 10 suited, both with a pretty hand. Let's see if anything should develop on the flop here. Ace King King is a good flop for Jack 10. Probably good enough to take this one away with a c-bet. Check from Org. Flops a queen. Flops a gut shot straight draw, needs a queen to make a straight. Also has a huge range advantage with the ace and a king pin being there. Jack and a 10 would also give him a better hand as well as an ace. So probably gonna see a c-bet of something like 35,000, and Org just gonna fold on this flop, particular flop. 30,000 is the c-bet, and Org has gonna fold the 6s.
It was 6.
While also having a good time at the table.
I should do it in 24.
Just Puna, what ad are you talking about? Which one? You're saying why did anyone think this was a good ad to release? I've seen them all. Which one are you talking about? Metzla or shortest stack, even after doubling up shortly before the break, but I mean the shortest stack is still 22 big blinds, so nobody is in any risk at the moment. Plenty of playing room, but still I want to see Demi, and I've seen it from Demi as well. Demi has played quite well during this final table, and he's probably, if he has anything to play with, he's gonna put pressure on. You can see the big winner of this final table is actually seat 9, coming in with the shortest stack. Didn't play any hands until there was about an hour played, and then doubled up, almost doubled up one more time, and then won a huge one with pocket aces as well. So Demi comes in with a raise with pocket 6s, and now that's an interesting spot. Seat 9 with 9s. I think he's just going to call. You don't want a 3-bet. Look at that. He's even going to fold against the under the gun raise. This is exactly how much pressure Demi can put on these players. You get an open fold against a raise with pocket 9s because you don't want to mess as the 3rd or 2nd stack against the big blind, with the blinds being the way they are. Everybody has to play so snug. De La Rosa is too suited. He's probably still gonna call the big blind, getting the big blind discount. So he's gonna call with the suited ace. And we're gonna head to the flop heads up. Definitely a tight fold from seat 9. Maybe even too tight, but can't blame him. That is a good flop for De La Rosa here, flopping top 2, not top and bottom 2, still 2 pair. Not the best flop for Demirors here, but still, he's going to c-bet this one, and I think this is a correct c-bet, but once again, a bad timing. Makes it 28,000, and De La Rosa, if I'm De La Rosa, I'm calling here. But let's see how De La Rosa elects to play. Maybe he wants to put in a raise just yet, but he doesn't have too many bluff raises against chip leader there. So do you really want to let your opponent off the hook with a raise? $102,000 in the middle. De La Rosa is gonna come in with a raise, makes it what looks like 104,000. So a hefty raise. So De La Rosa is thinking he's sometimes bluffing there with a flush draw as well. But that makes it easy for Demirors. He's going to fold the 6s, and De La Rosa takes a small one with his flop 2 pair. Maybe a bit of a lost opportunity for De La Rosa here, coming in with a raise. Let me know in the chat if you agree with me or not, or do you think it's just safer to protect your hand and get the hand over with. As it is, it's De La Rosa winning this one after outflopping Demirors. And De La Rosa now in second place. Seven players remaining. Seat 1, Seat Metzla, Seat 1 and Laugals and Org very tight together there in the bottom. Only 4 big blinds separating those 4 players. So they have to play super tight. Metzla now checks. That is tight enough. He can definitely come in with a raise with a hand like that. Probably gonna make it something like 25, 26k. We're gonna continue with 24. Yep. Makes the minimum raise, 24,000. No, it's 28,000, my bad. And folded all the way to De La Rosa in the small blind. De La Rosa must also know that he has some opportunity to put some pressure on Metzla, but thinks better of it and folds. Demirors lets go of the king 4, knowing that Metzla is probably not in there with a loose range. Wants to come in as the raiser, not the caller against those stacks. So he's gonna fold to king 4 and move on. You can see Metzla has gone to showdown 100% of the hands he's played. Which is, of course, we don't have that much, that many hands played yet. But still, all the hands Metzla has played, and he's played quite a lot. He's went to showdown in all of them. Interesting. A call from seat 1, who doesn't care about ICM whatsoever, so he's limping in with 8-6 suited from under the gun. And Org now with pocket 9s. Is he gonna isolate or is he gonna come in with an overlimp? Yeah, that's a raise to 28. A very small isolation raise. Would have liked to see him raise to something like 46, 48,000. Makes it 28. Gets rid of everybody besides seat 1. I don't think seat 1 is gonna fold to that price at least. So he's going to call. So So 9s against ace-6 to the flop, which is ace-10-5. An ugly board for 9s. But he's still way ahead of 8-6. 8-6 doesn't flop anything either. And seat 1 leading into this flop, and Org, he does not let seat 1 push him around. He's gonna make a quick fold. Another ugly guard for 9s. But this time seat 1 checks it over to Org. Let's see if Org checks behind or turns his 9s into a bluff. Looks like he's betting. I love it. Two dark horses going up against each other. None of them, I mean, Org is not letting seat 1 push him around. Bets 28,000 and gets 8-6 to fold after calling the flop on a scary board. We saw like Laugals fold to a bet like that on an ace-8 deuce board or something like that with pocket kings. But pocket 9s and an ace-10 X board for Org. He's gonna call, and he's gonna be correct. And now Org up to 417,000. All these pots are super important for these guys, especially with the stacks being as even as they are. And now all of a sudden player 1 is our shortest stack. Still with 18 big blinds, but he likes to play a lot of those pots, and if he doesn't win a couple of them, then that 18 big blinds dwindles down very quickly. Once again, blinds are 6,000, 12,000, with a big blind ante of another 12,000. Metzler now with king-jack from under the gun. Surprisingly loose open from Metzler. ICM-wise, that is a suicide, but he doesn't think he's gonna get punished that often by this table. At least that's why I think he's raising. Ace-king off for Org though. Let's see if he's gonna 3-bet or he's gonna just call against Metzler. It looks like just a call. So kind of setting up a trap here. And also while taking a safer route. Everybody's folded up until player 1 with 6 deuce off. Who's gonna find a hand to fold. So heads up to the flop. Metzler does not want to see a king on a flop. Org, of course, would be very happy if that flop was king high, but no, that's just jack high flop for Metzler. That is a beautiful news. Flop's top pair, king kicker. And checks it over to Org, who checks behind very quickly. Now adds a straight draw to his ace king. Deuce would give him a straight. Still with 2 overcards as well. Would take a lead with an ace or a deuce. Now is the time for Metzler to start betting. After checking the flop, you want to size up a little bit. You want to put something like half the pot, 40-45k. He goes for 35k instead. And let's see if Org is gonna call at least once. He does have 2 overcards, a gotcha to the straight. Doesn't block any flush draws. So he's still beating quite a few hands with his ace high. So he's going to put the chips in and call, and we're gonna see a river. No way, is that a raise from Org? Yeah, that is a raise from Org, and that is very unconventional. I mean, very surprising from Org. He hasn't played super aggressively. He's usually on a call down mode. And now, all of a sudden, Org is raising you. Then Metzler, you cannot feel super good about your top pair. Even though you have checked the flop and you have underrepresented your hand, sometimes your opponent is just... I don't think Org is that often bluffing here. We can see that Org is bluffing. Or maybe trying to protect his ace high. But Metzler is going to make the call for 55k. There's 264,000 in the middle. Org needs an ace or a deuce, that is a 5 of hearts. Metzler is definitely going to check it back to Org one more time. And let's see if Org just raised for value or he was actually bluffing. Nope, he checks behind really quick and Metzler is gonna take this one away from Org. Org has 300,000 left and maybe thinking that probably should have raised that ace-king pre-flop. And I'm guessing if people don't raise ace-king against you, then you can really raise that king-jack from under the gun. Which looks like a loose open, to my eyes, at least. Still 7 players remaining. We have busted 2 players up until this point. We lost Gulame Diaz in 9th place, and then Siim Soer in 8th place. Siim Soer took home 2,500 euros. The buy-in for this event was 888 euros. We had 91 entries, and first place takes home 20k. Everyone has guaranteed themselves 3k at least by busting 7th. But of course they want to go for that win, they want to get some pay champs, and so on, so on.
Discount for you.
Good discount.
Yeah, always.
So you have the chip stacks, or went to showdown, I mean, in front of you. While we're trying to figure out what's going on in the hand. It looks like it's been folded all the way to the button, who releases as well. So no, my bad. It's order raising with king queen, and everybody else has folded. And queen takes down the blinds and antes, or does he? I think it's still Metzla to act in the big blind with king deuce. And he's gonna fold, so Ork bounces back with a raise and takes down the blinds and antes. It's 30,000 every time, since the big blind has to put in the ante for everyone as well, which is another big blind. So 30k to be stolen away every single hand. Player 1 has been the most aggressive player, Metzla second. And not surprisingly, Laugels and Seat 9 have been the least aggressive. Laugels hasn't played too many hands, to be fair. He's played one that I can remember, and then he managed to double up with pocket 5s against Seat 1's pocket 8s. Got very lucky with the runner straight, runner flush. And has played quite snug after that. Metzla 7-3 suited. Can see a raise, can see a call. Never gonna see a fold with a suited semi-connected hand. I think he should probably raise here, but no, he's gonna limp in, try and see a flop, and he's gonna give Laugels a free chance to see the flop with 10 deuce. So a couple of quiet hands coming back from the break. Ace 4-6 gives a gut shot straight draw to Metzla. He should probably lead into that, especially with a backdoor diamond draw as well. Your 7 high doesn't have too much showdown equity, obviously, plus you don't want to be calling a bet, so you want to be the one coming in as an aggressor, increasing the fold equity of your opponent. So he does bet 14k, and Laugels, once again, as we saw from that aggression frequency, he's gonna release and play this one safe. Of course, he did only have 10 deuce. And I'm going to need to order myself some food. The bar is empty of food here, which I've never seen before, and I feel like I'm dying of hunger. So Demirors finds a nice hand for him, and he's gonna come in with a raise with ace-queen off. Now it's a matter of, can he find any customers? King 10 for Metzla. Metzla is thinking about it, at least. Metzla has now picked himself up 450,000 in chips, so he's not in that super short territory. And he's gonna call in position against Demi and tries to play this one out in position and outplay his opponent maybe. And Org tags along with 9-5 suited. Can't blame him for that. So 3 ways to the flop. 10, 9, 7. So Demirors misses this one completely besides the backdoor flush draw and the straight draw. But middle pair for Org, top pair and a backdoor flush draw for Metzla. So Metzla has to like this board. It is Demirors putting in a c-bet though for 33,000. I think Metzla is going to just call, and then it's going to be interesting to see what will Org do with his pair of 9s and a backdoor flush draw. So call from Metzla. And does Org also want to tag along with a middle pair? It looks like he does. He has counted out 33,000 in chips, so another call, so 3 ways to the turn still. Nobody wants to release just yet. Demirors needs an ace or a queen to take the lead. Probably can continue on a jack or something. But that is 4 of clubs on a turn, so Demirors with 2 overcards and a queen high flush draw, Metzla with top pair and a king high flush draw. Let's see if Demirors wants to put some pressure on these players, put on a bet of something like 105,000, 125,000 and turn his ace queen into a bluff. It's gonna be a tough-ish situation for Metzla then, with top pair and second nut flush draw. So Demi puts in exactly in the middle of what I said, 112,000. I like this bet. Let's see if it's going to work though. Demi knows he has to be aggressive. Metzla doesn't really. I mean, that's a tough spot for Metzla. Do you want to clash here with top pair on a very drawy board? Of course, you are drawing to the second nuts yourself, but you could be all but dead against a hand like Ace-10 with ace of clubs, aces, kings. But Metzla has to worry about Org. Org might have been in there with a flush draw. But Metzla is not folding. He's going to call. 112,000. That gets rid of Org. And now Demirors actually just needs an ace or a queen. He doesn't want to see a club. And that is 3 of spades. But the more important question is, can Demirors empty the clip here? Can he barrel the 3rd time? No, he cannot. Thinks that Metzla can sometimes have a flush himself. Doesn't want to run into that. All in would have probably worked against Metzla, but here you have it. Demirors gives this one up. 422k over to Metzla, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a new chip leader, and his name is Metzla. Mark Metzla from Estonia with 88,000 in live tournament earnings. With a win here, he could get his best live tournament cash. Comes off a 2nd place finish at the Summer Showdown that was here in Tallinn Park Casino 2 weeks ago. And has also cashed 9 times in this year's WSOP, including the main event. So Mark Metzla is an online crusher, but as we can see, he plays decently live as well and has some results to show for it. Folded all the way to Laugals, and I'm surprised to see Laugals raise with Jack 7. He has been by far the tightest. Well, maybe Seat 9 and Laugals have been two of the tightest players of this final table. And now he's playing this image and raises it up with Jack 7. And De La Rosa is going to call with a Jack 7 of himself. So, couple of the same hands going up against one another. Let's see who comes out on top. In theory, they should be splitting this hand, but that's an interesting flop. Both players flop a cut shot straight draw. Probably a more aggressive player will win this one. Check from De La Rosa. We're gonna see a c-bet from Laugals, and let's see how De La Rosa approaches this cut shot. Is he just gonna fold? Usually you wanna raise those gut shots, but Laugals doesn't have that much left behind, so maybe you don't want to invest 90k and just to get shoved on by maybe whatever you're gonna get shoved on by. But I would really, I wouldn't mind to see a raise to something like 88,000 here from De La Rosa. Because you don't have that much immediate equity to hit the 10, so it's better. It works better as a bluff. In my opinion, at least. So it looks like he is getting chips ready, and he's turning his Jack 7 into a bluff. He's going after Laugals, and Laugals cannot do anything here. Makes a nice raise. Let's see how much he made the raise for. Makes it 93,000, so approximately the same amount that I was hoping that he would raise to. And Laugals is kind of handcuffed, unless he wants to shove here with Jack 7, which I don't think he does. I think Laugals is gonna have to fold the hand. And De La Rosa made his Jack 7 work for him, but let's not jump to conclusions here. He's asking how much. Laugals goes all in over the top of De La Rosa, and De La Rosa is the one who has to fold, and what a beautiful shove from Laugals. What a hand. I was very surprised to see that shove. Goes over the top as a 4-bet shove bluff with Jack 7, and that was poker at its finest. Beautiful shove from Laugals. De La Rosa has to fold the same hand, and all of a sudden De La Rosa is now left with 27 big blinds. And Laugals takes third place at this final table. Metzler chip leader, Demirors second in chips. And Pillow says magic time. Mania asks what the fuck. And EGM says Magnon. What a beautiful hand. WTF indeed. The crowd loves it. I love it. Everybody loves it besides De La Rosa. And maybe the Spanish fans we have in the chat here.
I had a strong.
So after that beautiful hand, we move on to another one. 60 minutes remaining until the blinds go up one more time, and then the next blind jump will be quite high, up to 8 and 16. Metzler has chipped up for 455,000 during this final table. He has turned things around completely, coming in as one of the short stacks, now the chip leader. And with all the momentum in the world, he's gonna come in with a raise with ace-10 suited. Mark Metzler from Estonia, local player. The chip lead has switched positions quite a few times during this final table. Now it's his turn to have it. Can he hold on to it though? Makes it 28. And Org now thinking about it with ace-3 suited. He's gonna come along. all the way to the big blind, who should be calling with Jack 9, but we've seen him play very, very tight during this final table. Is he gonna play as tight though? Is he going to really fold for 16,000 Jack 9 off? No, he is not. Looks like he's gonna make the call. Or at least he's playing with his chips. Not really sure what is going on at the moment. Nope, yep, he's still calling. Can't see seat number 9's cards. It's kind of difficult to understand if he's already folded or not. He's covering the cards with his hand. 10, Queen, 5. Pair of 10s for Metzla. Open-ended straight draw for player 9. Org just with a backdoor flush draw, so he misses completely. So check from seat 9. Let's see if Metzla wants to continuation bet this one. I would think he does, because he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw to fall back on. So you want to start protecting your middle pair. So he's gonna c-bet for 25k. That should get rid of Org. Yep, Org is folding. And now it's a matter of seat 9. He's not folding. He has the open-ended straight draw. Is he just calling, getting 5-1? Or does he want to turn his Jack 9 into a bluff? Probably not. I think he's going to call. Yep. Needs a king, jack, or an 8 to take the lead. That is a 6 of clubs on a turn. So Metzla's ace-10 still good. Check from seat 9. Let's see if Metzla is going to slow down here a little bit. And pot control. And maybe possibly bluff catch on a river. Or if he's gonna try and make those draws pay. Probably gonna see a check from Metzla. If I'm Metzla, I'm checking this turn. But Metzla seems to think differently. He's betting, and he's betting big. He's betting 87,000. Those yellow chips are worth 25,000, purple ones are 5,000, and white and light blue ones are 1k each. So sizes it up, 87k. I'm sure Metzla and seat 9 have a lot of history playing together. So Metzla knows that there is plenty to protect against, and maybe even to get value from, making it 87,000. I think that should be the end of the hand. I don't think you want to be chasing with Jack 9 here. I think a call would be the worst option here. So yeah, he does fold, and Metzla does protect against the draw, and now is up to 800,000 in chips, and he, at the moment at least, is looking unstoppable. What do you guys think? Who is the biggest opponent that Metzla has to face here to bring down this trophy? I predicted a while ago that it's gonna come down to either Demi, either Metzla, or De La Rosa. One of those three players. At the moment Metzla has the chip lead, Demi is second, and De La Rosa is fourth in chips. So everyone with a decent chance. Should De La Rosa double up through Metzla, he's gonna take the chip lead. So anything is still possible. Meanwhile, big blind gets a walk. So let's just wait and see what happens. I'm gonna have to let you guys know. If you're wondering why I'm quiet, I'm ordering myself a burger. Sometimes a man's gotta eat. Should it be a falafel burger, China burger? None of them sound good. I want something big. Raise from Logles, King 9 suited from under the gun, folded all the way to the small blind. We've seen player 1 get way more tighter after losing a few big spots, but look at that, he's still in it, still calling from the small blind with King 4 off. So he's dominated by Logles. Let's see if Logles manages to win this one though. Because should none of those players flop a pair, I know player 1 is gonna try and come after that flop. Jack, deuce and a 5, so both players miss it. Check from player 1. And nice c-bet from Logles takes this one down. So seat number 1 is getting spookily short now with less than 15 big blinds remaining. Blinds are gonna go up in 8 minutes. And with the way he's playing, he's gonna need to start flopping some pairs. Because he's playing a lot of butts. At the moment as it is, it's still 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante. This is 888 Live Tallinn main event. We are very happy that we get to play some live poker still here in Tallinn, Estonia. And we're happy to have 888 host their festival here. Of course, we don't get too many players during this time, but still, I'm sure the players who are playing here are just happy enough to play some poker. Play some live poker. You don't know, with the things going on in the world, you never know when's the next time you're gonna get to play some live poker. And you might think back of this day here and like, oh, that was the last time we got to play poker for a while. Metzler from the small blind. Let's see if he's gonna limp in or raise. He's gonna limp in against Logles. And Logles, King Jack off. It's a decent hand. Both players with relatively big stacks compared to the field at least. But he's going to isolate. He's going to make it what looks like 30 or 25k more. So up to 37,000, and Metzler with 10-5 suited. I'm not sure what Metzler is supposed to do here. He can definitely come over the top with another raise. He can call with a suited 10-5. And he can also fold. I think it's a matter of thinking how he should approach this particular opponent. He's thinking call is the best option, so he's gonna limp call against a nicer raise. Ace, ace 9, so no players with a pair, but that board definitely favors Logles. But it is check check on the flop. 6 of spades doesn't change anything. Check from Metzler one more time. Probably even more afraid of the check on the flop from Logles than a bet. And Logles now feels like now is the time to start protecting my king high. And he's betting 35k. Metzler hasn't folded just yet though. But nope. Takes a few seconds to think it through and folds. And Logles now second in chips, maybe even. Maybe taking over it from Demi. But all we know for sure, he has 492,000 in chips. And Laugals has picked up his aggressiveness after picking up some chips. I guess that's the thing usually when you play poker. Like, it's easier to be aggressive when you have a big stack. And Laugals and Demi are basically even in chips. It's Metzla still the chip leader with 60 big blinds. Org and player 1 are the only players with less than 20. It is a very deep stacked final table. Has been for a while, but at one point the blinds are going to start eating those players up. Because in about 3 more levels there's only going to be 100 big blinds total on the table. And when you divide 100 by 7, that means an average stack. Should we still remain 7-handed by that point, average stack would be less than 15 bigs. Seat 1 comes in with another limp, this time with Queen 9 suited. Laugals completes from the small blind, and Org is gonna get to see a free flop with ace 8-3. Hasn't checked just yet. Yep, he does now. So 3 ways to the flop, and Seat 1 actually with the best of it with Queen high. Deuce, 5 and a 7. So no players with a pair once more. Check from Laugals, check from Org, and a check from Seat 1. Ace of spades gives Org a straight draw, but still player 1 still good with Queen high. Check from Laugals, check from Org, and is player 1 taking a stab at it and trying to represent the ace? It looks like it, because Laugals has folded, so he's betting 22. Org cannot call with 8 high and just a gut shot, so he's gonna fold. And this time the limp works out for Seat 1 here. As we get to change the dealer. Interesting that they change dealers. I'm guessing usually they change dealers every level, so whenever the levels go up they change the dealers, but it seems like it's kind of like a random time. Everybody wants a chance to deal at the final table. 2 more minutes left until the end of this level though. Next blind will be 8,000, 16,000. But I wanna compliment the dealers here one more time. Every single time at these events here in Tallinn, the dealers, they don't make any mistakes. It's almost like clockwork. It's perfect. Player 1 now with ace king suited. And if he gets a hand, let's see. Is he gonna continue limping or is he gonna raise? Looks like a raise. Yeah, makes it 28k. Let's see if Laugals... No, Laugals doesn't want to play Org with 8-6. Ace-6. He might even go all in. I mean, against Seat 1, who's playing so aggressively. Well, not aggressively pre-flop, per se. But just playing every hand almost. No, Org thinks better of it. Gets away from the Ace-6. Nice fold from Org. And kind of might look like a bad beat for player 1 if he doesn't get action with Ace-King, because he's been playing a lot, and when you get a good hand you expect to get paid, but nope. Just takes down the blinds and antes. Remains at this 20 big blind stack range, which is gonna be a bit shorter after the blinds go up in after the next hand. $888 live. Oito. As it seems like we have a lot of Spanish fans here in the chat. So viva, vamos, and obrigado. I think that was Portuguese though. call from seat 1 now from under the gun plus 2. Look at him, he's limping in with 5 deuce. Now he has a few chips to play with, limping in with 5 deuce suited from under the gun plus 1. Life is good, yeah, YOLO. But Demiras from the big blind is waking up with ace queen, and now would be a good time to ISO. Would like to see an ISO to something like 42 against the limp. Goes even higher, goes 50, 62. And that gets rid of seat 1. So big ISO raise works out perfectly for him. And that I would like to see more of against those limps, those big ISOs. Just punish the limps as often as possible. So the blinds have gone up. The new blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante. So 40,000 in the middle to be stolen away every single hand. Queen 6 suited for Laugals. After picking up a few chips, he's been a bit more aggressive. So Queen 6 suited is very loose open, but still thinks he can go after those blinds and antes. Org, I would really like to see him shove all in here, not call. Org has 13 big blinds, King Queen suited, effective, is a decent hand. You don't want to call and leave yourself with just 10 bigs behind. Yeah, nice all in from Org. Really like that move from him, and it is going to work unless big blind wakes up with a hand. Beautiful move from Org, now up to 267,000. Cannot be calling those hands and hoping to hit before you go all in. Sometimes you have to take a risk before the flop. So if you're around Tallinn and you're thinking about maybe if the festival is over today or not, then you still have plenty of time to play. 1 hour ago we started the 220 euro deep stack tournament side event. You still have I think 7 more levels left to enter this tournament. And you saw that we have only already 4 players with less than 20 big blinds, so stacks are getting quite shallow. And Metzla is gonna keep the pressure on, keep on keeping on with 8-7, A7. Knows that none of these players particularly want to play against the chip leader. So why not go out after those blinds and build up your stack 40,000 at a time. Plus you're risking 33 to win 40. Seat 1, as usual, he's in the mix with Queen 6 suited. 90k in the middle. Three, 4 and 4, very good flop for Metzla. Pretty safe board for ace-high. Check, check though. Another 3 makes it even better for Metzla. I think that should be a bet. Should player 1 check to him one more time to protect the ace-high. But it's player 1 leading into Metzla for 40,000, and Metzla is not going anywhere. Metzla is experienced enough to know that player 1 can bet here with anything. Plus you have under-repped your ace-high. That is a very as safe as it comes off a board for ace-high, so I think you have to call here. Player 1 is most likely shoving all of his 7s pluses. You have odds against 5s or 6s. Should player 1 play 5s or 6s that way, you're beating all of the bluffs. I think that's an easy call from Metzla. There is no way Metzla folded. No, Metzla went all in. That's what I was thinking about as well. That maybe Metzla can even go all in to absolutely deny his opponent of equity. He does go all in. And now seat number 1 is left with less than 10 big blinds. He is in trouble with just 8 of them. Everything seems to be working out for Metzla. He's now by far the biggest chip leader. And look at him, 827k in chips. I think that is the peak we've seen any of our chip leaders have at any point of today. So, and considering Metzla came into the final table as one of the shortest stacks, things are going super well for him. Metzla entered the final table with 237,000, has added 600,000 of those beautiful chips to his stack. Seat number 9 was the second shortest stack starting the final table. Now right in the mix. It's Laugals coming in with a raise to 33k. Let's see if Org wants to shove against Laugal's face one more time. No, this time he's gonna call with ace-jack. Doesn't want to shove against under the gun range. Seat 9, we don't know what he's holding, but he still hasn't folded just yet. Looks like an all-in from seat 9. Having played with seat 9, I have to say it is ace-king off minimum. I've played with him quite a lot, and if he's gonna do that so quick, even without seeing his cards, I'm gonna say it's ace-king off minimum. And now we can see it's a pocket queens for seat number 9, and yes, he's strong. I've played with him for years. I know exactly that he's never doing that. Not even with ace-queen. And Org is the one to call him off, though. Org is going to call off with ace-jack off against pocket queens of seat number 9. Org can still hit an ace to eliminate seat 9, but should Org lose this one, he's gonna be crippled and left with only 24,000. 6, 7, 9. That is not a good flop for ace-jack. He's gonna need to hit an ace on a turn on a river. They can both chop it up with an offsuit 8 on the river, though. So 8 or an ace. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Seat number 9 has waited around for a while and now doubles up through Org for 560,000. And Org has left the table, but he's gonna be left with a few chips at least. So no reason to leave just yet. You still have 1.5 big blinds. We've seen crazier things happen. So maybe a start of a comeback, but this is huge for seat number 9 and crippling for Org. I'm not sure. Next time Org is going to play these tournaments, and if you're listening to the stream, you really want to go all in yourself instead of calling off with ace-jack off. I think it would have been a better move to shove all in yourself if you're going to call an all in anyway. Just increase the amount of your fold equity, pick up the chips and antes most of the time, and if you're going to run into queens, and you plan on calling anyway, so then stuff happens. But I think it's better to go all in yourself. So if you're listening, if you want some good advice, then that might be it. Unfortunate run out for Org, but he got it in with the worst hands. He still has 24,000 to play with, so he can still make a comeback. But he is definitely crippled and all but out with 1.5 big blinds. He's gonna have to put it all in the next hand, at least the next hand. And that is good news for player 1, because now he can probably get a money jump. He was down to 7 big blinds, but now he can easily wait for Org to bust and get himself an extra 710 euros. That's the difference between 7th and 6th place. 7th place takes home 3,030. 6th place takes home 3,740 euros. Let's see. Org has gone all in with ace-9. He's gonna get called from Demirer's ace-jack. 100% Demirers is gonna isolate him with ace-jack, and he's gonna have Org in bad shape. So that's a nice raise to 56,000 from ace-jack. seat number 1 is gonna go all in over the top. I mean, he doesn't care about ICM whatsoever, and Demirors can actually eliminate 2 players here. He's gonna be in great shape to eliminate 2 players here. He's gonna have to call, he's pot committed. And if I'm seat number 1, I'm just happy because Org, you can just fold and wait to get free 700 euros instead of going all in. Now if Org should somehow manage to hit the 9 and you're gonna be eliminated, you just... Anyway, let's see what happens. 2 players at risk. Ace-Jack needs to hold to eliminate 2 players. And that is a 6, 9 and a queen on a flop, meaning that Org can more than quadruple up this hand. He needs to fade a jack and running diamonds. Just a jack or a 10 now. Needs to fade a jack or a 10 and Org can stay alive and use... And we are losing seat number 1 instead of Org at 7th place. Interesting, very interesting development here. Seat number 1, Mr. White, we've called him all day. He is busted in 7th place. He's gonna take home 3,030 euros for 7th place finish. Org is still gonna be alive. And Demirors also wins a nice side pot. He's gonna add some chips here. He's up to 600,000 and Org alive and well with 112k. I mean, of course you want to have more, but Org now has 7 big blinds and we've seen players win final tables on these streams with less than 7 big blinds. Who cares ICM? Well, sometimes it's probably better to care because it's gonna make you a lot of money. Mini Cooler saying, what is this final table? I have to agree. We've lost the craziest player now, so maybe some normality come into this final table now, but yeah. Anyway, 6-handed. Everyone has guaranteed themselves 3,740 euros now. And Org is now our shortest stack, but at least he got a money jump of 700 euros by hitting that 9 and more than quadrupling up. He 5 times his stack. He had 24,000, he's up to 120,000 now. De La Rosa now, Undergun, pocket 3s. I think that's an easy fold actually. I think you don't have to go in for a raise with pocket 3s, especially with one player with 7 big blinds. I think you're just gonna have to fold that hand. You cannot be playing super aggressively in this situation. And let's see if Metzla is gonna punish him for that raise. Metzla is well aware that Org is in the big blinds with 7 big blind stack. His king 10 is doing well enough against that random hand that Org might have. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Metzla 3-bet De La Rosa here, but he's going to just call. And let's see if Org is already pot committed. Org has the best hand. He has king queen. He's going all in for 96k extra. And De La Rosa, what do you do now? You still have Metzla to worry about. Do you reshove? Let me know, guys. If De La Rosa is going to fold, Metzla is gonna call Org. And this is why I don't like to call from Metzla that much. You're gonna get shoved on that often from Org. Org is gonna be pot committed, so why are you putting 32k like dead chips in the pot? Anyway, De La Rosa is going to make the call for 64. Metzla, what do you do now? Are you gonna overcall with king 10 suited? Probably. Do you love it? Probably not. Yeah, not a big fan of that call pre-flop from Metzla. I would have appreciated a 3-bet from Metzla though, and I guess it would have worked. Of course, he would have gotten it in against Org, but if you're gonna call here anyway, then you're gonna get it in against Org. Couple of small mistakes, but they're not huge one. Metzla is going to overcall, and Org is gonna need to hit a king or a queen to triple up one more time. And remember, guys, he was down to 24,000, and should he win this hand, he's gonna be up to 312,000 and definitely back in this tournament. Metzla is our chip leader with, at the moment, 691,000 behind. He's gonna have half of what Metzla has should he win this hand. That would be one of the sickest comebacks, and he wanted to leave the table after losing that huge hand. He was ready to leave. Then he realized that he had 24k left. But of course that is a good flop for Metzla, flopping a 2 overcards and an open-ended straight draw. De La Rosa is still ahead with pocket 3s. Org needs to hit running clubs or a king or a queen. Check from De La Rosa. If I'm Metzla, I'm probably shoving here against De La Rosa. I want to isolate De La Rosa out of the pot. And Metzla is going all in against De La Rosa. De La Rosa is going to have to fold the best hand. And Org now doesn't even need to hit the king or queen. He needs to fade the jack, the 10 or a 6. Just 3 cards in the deck he needs to fade. And he's going to triple up one more time over to 312,000. Can he do it? Ace is a very good card on the turn. Just a jack, just a 10, just a 6, and that is a king of the diamonds on the river. He would have won this hand anyway, but he triples up one more time. First hand he quintuples up, I think. That's what it's called. 10, he triples up. Now all of a sudden he's not even the shortest stack. He's in the middle of the pack with 312k with 20 big blinds, and Metzla is left with 691. He's still the chip leader. He's smirking a little bit over that hand. And De La Rosa, who had 1 point had the chip lead of this final table, is now the shortest stack, I think at least. Let's see. Yes, De La Rosa left with only 12 big blinds. Org with 19 big blinds is second last, but yep, Org is back in it. And I'm gonna say it, call it a comeback. I'm not even gonna say don't call it a comeback. Mikuler says, I think Org is the sort of player who shoves anyway if he finds a hand he likes, not caring about the 3-bet. Metzla just flatting there protects him against a monster from under the gun. I would presume this is what Metzla was thinking. I mean, that is a very valid point, but at the same time, I don't think Metzla should worry about Org there. Metzla should worry about putting pressure on under the gun, because under the gun knows that Org is probably gonna be pot committed. So does he want to pay for that money champ? Anyway, as it is, the big winner of the last hand was Org. Tripling up one more time, and Laugas is like, what is going on, guys? You guys are having a party without me. I want to join that party. I want to join that party with ace-8, so I'm going to raise to 33,000. De La Rosa is going to defend with 10-8, and if it's going to be an 8-high board, then De La Rosa is going to be in trouble. That's a 3, 4, and a 5. Decent flop for Laugals with a 2 overcards and a backdoor nut flush draw and a straight draw to the 5-high straight, but it's a check on a flop. Deuce of Hearts is a beautiful card for Laugals, makes the straight. De La Rosa still only with 10 high. So checks it over to Laugals. Let's see Laugals with a nut flush draw and this straight. He's gonna start betting here. He tries to get value for something like King 9 with a King of Hearts, sorry. Queen Jack, Queen 10, all those hands that might call with a flush draw. Mania, thank you for calling it a comeback. 26 minutes left until the next break. 6 players remaining, 5 players separating one of those players of taking down the title and 20,000 euros. 91 entries in this tournament, and we are down to 6. Seat number 9 folds to Queen 10. Definitely the tightest player out of all of the remaining players. Metzla with pocket 3s is definitely gonna come in with a raise. And a lot of definites here. Let's see if I'm correct though. Should make it something like 33, 32 as he's been making it. Yep, that's a raise to 33,000. Folded all the way to Org with King 9, who's gonna let this one go against his countermate. And Demi rörs with Ace Jack. Let's see how Demi plays this one. Demi can definitely 3-bet. But do you want to 3-bet as the second chip stack against the chip leader? Of course, Metzler cannot play super aggro against Demi as well, because should he lose a big pot against Demi, then he's gonna be the one losing the chip lead and crippled. So Demi, knowing all that, he's gonna put in a 3-bet, makes it 90,000, and Metzler has a few options. I would not be surprised to see Metzler call here and play this one out in position, maybe hit the set on the flop and get a huge one from Demi. But at the same time, it's pocket threes. You don't have many favorable flops against an opponent who has shown to be very aggressive already. This is an ICM. ICM-wise, this is the most important hand we've seen thus far. Of course, we've yet to see what develops on a flop, though. 250,000 in the middle, or 261,000, I must say. Never mind. It's 204. Beautiful flop for Ace Jack. Flops a double gutter. Can definitely continue on that board. Queen, 8, and a 10. That's an ugly board for threes, though. You don't have any good turn cards besides a 3. Demi, something like 75, 77k. What the hell did I just see? That is an all-in shove on the flop. He's just like, YOLO, I'm done with it. I'm just gonna ship it all in. If you're gonna call me, I want to see what you're gonna call me with. It's gonna have to be specifically pocket 8s or pocket 10s or queen 10 suited, because no other hand can call me here, or ace queen suited. So I'm gonna ship it all in. You don't have it, and even if you have it, I'm gonna hit a king or a 9. So a power move from Demirers from Sweden just takes away all the chances of his opponent re-raising him there. Wow. Did not expect that. Did you guys? Let me know in the chat. Did you expect that? No, you didn't. If you're saying yes, you're lying. De La Rosa are shortest stack with 8 big blinds. But De La Rosa, we've seen crazier comebacks. We just saw a crazier comeback. You see that person with 19 big blinds? His name is Org. He's from Estonia. And he was down to 1.5 big blinds not just 15 minutes ago. Name Org. And he is in the mix. Next player, the bust, gets 3,700 euros, and then we're gonna start to have bigger pay champs. 5th place takes home 5,350 euros. 4th, 7,130 euros. 3rd place gets more than 5 figures already with 10,340 euros. 2nd place, 13,550 euros, and the winner takes home 20,000 euros on the spot. Well, 20,000 minus 18 euros. So here we are. Sorry, I had to mute you for a second because I just got the best news I've had all day. Somebody just ordered me pizza and I've been hungry. I've been dying of hunger. And now I'm getting my pizza. Ace-6 for Demi in the button. Definitely any ace is good enough, especially with the chip lead back at Demi's hand now. These two, Demi and Metzler, have been battling it out all day today. Once it's Demi on top, then it's Metzler on top. And now it's Demi's turn to be the chip leader one more time. These are by far the most aggressive players on the table as well. Metzla and Demi are showing to the rest of the field that they have come here to win this tournament. And what did I tell you guys? I told you it's gonna come down to either Metzla, either Demi, or at this point I said De La Rosa, but De La Rosa is down to 8 big blinds now. It's gonna be tough for him. But Metzla and Demi have shown so much heart. And for me, if you guys know me, you guys heard me commentate for 3 years now, then you know heart is what I love the most about poker tournament. De La Rosa finds himself pocket aces. Is this the start of a comeback? Pocket aces is gonna go all in. Less than 10 big blinds. Doesn't make sense to do anything but go all in. Can he find anyone to call him and double up through? Of course, he's gonna need the aces to hold as well. First step is to go all in. Congratulations, you completed the first step. Now, second step, find someone with ace queen or ace king, or jacks or tens or queens or nines or eights or seven, anything to call with. He's gonna need the big blind to find something, but no, he just gets the blinds and antes. Well, sometimes to double up, you're gonna need all 3 steps. Unfortunately for De La Rosa, he only completed step 1. He went all in, he got the blinds in antes. He has more than 10 big blinds now, has 11 big blinds, has some wiggle room. He needs those spots though. He needs to keep stealing a little bit of those big blinds and to get back to that 20 big blind, 30 big blind comfortable level. Easiest way to do that is double up. But that's not easy, is it? Jack 5 now for De La Rosa. He's gonna fold. And look at that. Seat 9 raising with pocket 4s. Seat 9 doesn't want his identity known. This is why we're calling him Seat 9. It's not that we didn't ask. It was just like, privacy guys, give me some privacy. We were like, dude, chill. You want privacy? Privacy is what you're gonna get. Of course, the Estonian local players know him. Even I have played against Seat 9 for 10 years already now. And I feel like I know this guy's play. Metzla thinking about 3-betting here. He can definitely call, he can definitely 3-bet, but the suited small aces are very good candidates of 3-bets. Because they don't flop hugely well, but at the same time you're still blocking an ace. You can put a lot of pressure on your opponent, and in case you get called, you get to play, you get to still have a chance to flop an ace or a flush draw. And that is a raise to 98,000 from Metzla. And Laugals now has to fold the 7s, and this is why you are going to 3-bet the ace 4 suited. You see, you're gonna get so much better hands to fold. Will he get to 4s to fold though? That is the question. He needs to get rid of Seat 9. He got rid of 7s already, got rid of 4s, and that's the power of position, that's the power of aggression in no limit hold'em, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you need to learn. You play aggressively, you get your opponents to fold all that often, especially in tournament poker. In cash games there are very different dynamics going on, and being way too aggressive can bite you in the ass. But in tournament poker, at some situations, the chip leaders can be way over aggressive, and it would be a correct play. De La Rosa now, 11 big blinds, Org 17 big blinds. These are two of the smallest stacks. 272,000 for Org, 178. But still remember, if you've just joined us, the Org, Neme Org from Estonia, he was down to 1 big blind. Not just 30 minutes ago. I'm Godlike asks, commentator, where are you from, dude? I'm local. I'm from here, Estonia. I reside in Pärnu. I don't know if you've been in Estonia, but it's a beautiful summer capital in Estonia. But I spend a lot of time in Tallinn, the capital, and in Tartu as well. So I'm a local dude. I've lived here my whole life, born and raised. Spent a little time abroad. Oh, thank you so much for the compliment. I'll take it. 8-7 off for Metzland. He's keeping the pressure on. He's keeping the pedal to the metal with a race to 33k. He's not releasing any pressure from these guys. It's like he has a set game plan and he's thinking it's gonna work eventually, and it's been working out for him. Remember, Metzla entered this featured or final table with only 230,000 in chips. He has built that stack up to 600,000. Yes, he has been on a higher chip stack, but still, he's still doing great. He's picked up 400,000 in chips throughout this final table, as we've lost 3 players. If you haven't watched since the beginning, then Diaz was busted in 9th place, taking home 2,100 euros. Then we lost Siim Sooäär from Saaremaa. Wanted to say hello to everyone from Saaremaa. So if you are watching from Saaremaa, then Siim Sooäär wishes you well. He busted in 8th place, and seat number 1 player who didn't want to be told his name, he busted in 7th place. We called him Mr. White because he looked kind of like Heisenberg. De La Rosa has to fold from the big blind, meaning that he's gonna lose 2 of those blinds. Now down to 9 big blinds. Demirors from Sweden, it's his turn to take the chip lead, but Metzla is right there on his heels. Org, ace-10 off, Patton. Is he gonna shove? Is he gonna raise? I think both of the what am I trying to say here? Both options are valid. He's going to raise to 32k. De La Rosa is going to go all in, and Org is gonna have to call because he's gonna be pot committed, getting 2-1, and there's a chance for Org to actually eliminate De La Rosa here. And after being down to 1 big blind, Org is in a good spot to actually eliminate a player. Look at that. Should Org eliminate De La Rosa here, he's gonna have about 450,000 in chips, but De La Rosa needs a king or a queen. He's gonna need a king or a queen to come on a river. 4 would chop it, but no, that's close, but that is not a king or a queen, meaning that De La Rosa from Spain is eliminated in 6th place. Heartbreak for a lot of our viewers. I know a lot of you guys are watching from Spain here. F's out in chat, F's out in chat for De La Rosa. Valid tournament for him, takes home 6th place, as well as 3,740 euros. Gets close, but doesn't get close enough. And right before the money jumps are gonna get bigger as well. Still a nice payday for De La Rosa. So many nice F's in chat, guys. Good game, De La Rosa. Valid showing. I hope to see you back here in Tallinn and crushing it the next festival we have here. It's been pleasure watching you play. It's been pleasure to see you at the feature table. This time it's 6th place. Next time it's gonna be better. But Org is the story now. He's still the shortest stack, but look, he's very close, very even with these players here. He has 27 big blinds, so none of these players are particularly short. It's just one of them with a bit more than the other. But chip leader and the last in chips are separated by only 16 big blinds. The buy-in for this tournament, Mr. Harris, was 888 euros. We got a total of 91 entries, which is not huge, but it's still good considering what's going on in the world. 91 entries, prize pool of 73,000 euros, and first place is gonna take home 20,000. If you want to know about the payouts, I just put a command in the chat. You can check from the chat. Will player 9 be disqualified from the next 888 tournaments? I don't think he's going to be disqualified, but I think there's going to be an update to where it should be very clear that if you are going to play the main event and you're going to buy into the main event, you should agree to your information and stuff be known. But the thing is, you can still know who the player is. It's not a secret. They just didn't want the stream to know it. So probably they're gonna have to have a deal with the stream people if they want everybody to show their identity, because the stream crew is also like they're not part of the tournament stuff. They're just workers covering the tournament. So they don't work for the casino. They work for the casino, but they don't work with. They work with the casino, but they don't work for the casino. That's what I wanted to say. So Lazy Talent, probably not. But I think there should be some clarity about the whole cards, about the information, and so on. More clarity about the stream in general. That's my opinion. Ace Jack for player 9 now. Continuation betting on a deuce 8 and a 9 against Logals. King 6, and Logals hasn't folded. Logals is gonna come after seat 9 here. Turns his King 6 into a complete bluff. Makes it 86k, and seat 9 cannot continue there unless he's gonna want to come over the top as well, but I don't see him doing that with Ace Jack. He doesn't have any backdoors that are like proper. I mean, doesn't have a backdoor flush draw. Just 2 overcards. I mean, he still does beat some of the semi-bluffs, but not that many good runouts for Ace Jack there. So Laugals, nice bluff for Laugals, and look at that, Laugals, the Latvian, has already built himself a 600k stack, and he's been the most quiet assassin from what I've seen here today. Just keeping himself away from like huge bots, not too shiny, nothing too fancy, but slowly but surely building up a stack. You can see the chip stacks in front of you. It's still Demirers with the chip lead, but Metzla, Laugals, both right on his heels. So we are down to 5. Next player out gets 5,350 euros. Nice payday. We're getting to some nice payout jumps now. Pocket 5s for the Laugals here. Makes it 33k. Over to player 9 with King Jack on the small blind. He can definitely 3-bet. He can call, he can fold, I'm guessing. So he's gonna fold. All the way to the big blind. Metzler is gonna fold to 7-3. Tighter fold. It's a fold on a tighter side, but we know seat 9 has been by far the tightest player. So he's gonna fold to King Jack. But it's been working for him thus far. I mean, he's in top 5 of a big tournament. With what I can only assume that he probably satellited in as well. So it's gonna be a huge payday anyway for him. And after we lost De La Rosa, we lost quite a few quite a few amount of viewers, but it's fine. I know that Spanish fans are loyal, and they always come to support their own. Demireurs with King 7 suited from the cutoff. Makes it 35. He's still the chip leader. Not a runaway chip leader anymore, especially after the Laugals is gonna come in with a raise here. Laugals has a chance to take a chip lead for the first time after this hand himself. Should he win this hand, even with a 3-bet, I think he's gonna overtake Demireurs, and we're gonna have a fourth different person taking the chip lead at this final table. It has been De La Rosa, has been Demireurs, has been Metzla, and now will it be Laugals? Remember, Laugals was at one point all in with pocket 5s against pocket aces, pocket 8s pre-flop, and managed to hit running diamonds to make runner flush to stay alive in this tournament. And now he has a chance to take over the chip lead with a 3-bet with ace-king suited. Another huge story, comeback story. Org was down to 1 big blind, now up to 27 big blinds. He was already up, he thought that he didn't have anything left. The chips have been flying left and right, front and center. And that's a fold from Demireurs, and look at that, we do have officially a new chip leader. For how long, we do not know. Only players to not hold the chip lead currently playing are Org and seat number 9. But it's just one hand away for both of them. Should seat number 9, who is currently last in chips, double up through anyone, he's gonna be at the top of the leaderboard. Org needs to win one big pot to be at the top of the leaderboard. Guys, we're gonna go on a break in 3 minutes, so probably this couple more hands before we're gonna go on a 15-minute break. It's gonna be a short one. I'm gonna get to eat my pizza, but before that we have seat number 9 with pocket jacks. But don't go anywhere far, I can't tell that enough. If you love to watch this poker tournament, then definitely don't go anywhere far. It's just gonna be 15 minutes. Pocket jacks, a raise to 55,000. 55,000 a raise. That cannot be right. Why are you randomly raising to 55,000? Is it because you have a good hand? Is it because you have a betting tell? And is it because Metzla is gonna take a bite? Metzla is gonna call for 55,000, and here's Org with ace queen, who can probably go all in. Or at least overcall. Guys, let me know in the chat, why is Metzla calling here with ace-5 off? Against a huge raise. That's so unordinary. And that's a 3-bet actually from Org. He's not even gonna shove, he's gonna 3-bet. And the chips might go in here. 3-bet to 125,000 from Org's ace-queen. I don't see seat number 9 folding here his pocket jacks. And I mean, if Org is gonna call, of course Org might not call. Org might 3-bet fold, but I don't believe Org is the type of player to 3-bet fold against the shove there. So think about it. Seat number 9 is gonna go all in. Org is gonna call. Metzla is gonna get out of there with ace-5. Not sure what he was doing in the pot anyway. So Metzla is gonna fold. Org is probably gonna call. And if Org is gonna win, then that means Org is gonna be our chip leader. Less than 1 level after being down to 1 big blind. Org is going to make the call. We're gonna have a new chip leader nevertheless. If player 9's pocket jacks hold, he's gonna be the new chip leader. If Org is gonna manage to hit an ace or a queen, then he's gonna be the new chip leader. Everybody wants to be a chip leader. You get to be a chip leader. You get to be a chip leader. Let's watch the finish of this hand. Deuce Queen 10, meaning that Org takes the lead. Gonna need a 9 or a jack on the river, which it's not. It's a 5 of diamonds, and the dealer is brutal, doesn't even let me sweat it. Boom, 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 you are eliminated. Seat number 9 in 5th place, taking home 5,350 euros. And we have a new chip leader. Laugals got to enjoy the chip leader position just one hand before Org came, saw and dominated, and he has 845,000 now. We are gonna go on a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere far, guys. We are gonna remain and play down to the winner with 4 players remaining. Ciao, ciao.
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find someone else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be bluffed.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10k tonight. That's 3 grand in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. Something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
Past couple days have been crazy. I don't even know where to start. I came here from the airport, jumped straight into the 25k, busted that, was a bad start. Next day was already 5 diamond main event, and I had a big piece of a really deep run into the tournaments. There was a 5k side event where I had a big piece of the winner of that one as well. Then it was the 100k and I made 4th place myself. And after I busted, I actually went straight over to Aria, played a 10k, won that one, so I'm kind of on a really good run. Right now we're at the Poker Go studio next to Aria, and we're playing the 300k Super High Roller Bowl. I started playing poker when I was very young, 16 years old, in high school with my friends. We just watched it on TV one day, and then we just started playing. I was just happy playing, you know, 2,000 euro tournaments, but basically what changed for me was that one year there was a really good 25k at a PCA. Played against a bunch of people that I thought weren't that good, so I figured, why not just play all of them? I was on a really bad run up until one drop, which I ended up winning for 3.5 million. And you know, it's a tournament, so anyone can win. Basically, when I won that tournament, a lot of people came to me and said that was about time that I won something. I was probably the biggest loser in 100Ks, 50Ks for you know, two years. Certainly this year, winning close to 6 million has been phenomenal. Lost my stack first hand. But thankfully they give you 3 stacks, so it's all okay. Hi Igor, what's up? No. The high rollers are basically just a bunch of people that travel the world, and we meet at different stops and play against each other. Sometimes this guy shows up, you know, sometimes those guys show up, but in general the core group is always the same. Yeah, for people like me, it basically only makes sense to play the highest events. People pay you a lot of markup just to show up, so basically sometimes you just get paid 10k just to show up at a tournament, and that's nice.
Back over to the feature table. Nice spot from Nietzsche. Oh yeah, ace king against ace 7. Ace 9, 8. And the turn. Any straightiness? Nope. Top 2, so ace 7 will draw dead.
Special about super high rollers in general is just that once you get to this buy-in level, you truly do filter out the middle tier kind of regulars. The professionals that play there, they made it there because they're the best. And it's always a battle on the highest level.
5 1/4 bigs for Dominic, so yeah, he's all in. Schindler puts the 4-bet in. Club draw for Nietzsche. Paired board. Queen or a 10 will do it too, so 14 outs twice. Nietzsche with all of those outs, of which he picked up an additional few on the turn in the form of a gutter. Somehow the 9s hold, and Dominic will redeem one of his green biscuits.
God, it's been going really badly. Down on my 3rd bullet already. Don't think I could have done anything. Just gotta do better now. We're still at 55 blinds, so plenty to work with. Yeah, just how tournaments go sometimes, you know. But thankfully here you get 3 tries, otherwise I'd be out already. If you're playing against a professional and you notice something they do wrong, you know, like a weakness in their game, most of the time this is just going to be gone the next time you play against them, because everyone works on their game so hard. Every single one of them, when they make a mistake, you can see it on their face that they will be at home figuring out, why did they make this mistake? I can guarantee you the next time they won't make the mistake. Always nice to do.
And the river pairs the board, ace 10, sending 10-6 into the muck, and Dominic Nietzsche's hopes for a cash here in Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Once you realize that poker is just a game with a lot of luck, it does take the pressure off, you know? It's not a personal game where you have like history with one another and like you guys really hate each other and this guy, you know, did this to you and this to you. That stuff doesn't happen because I find at the highest level, like, everyone has a lot of mutual respect for one another. Unless someone really messes up, you know, poker hands kind of play themselves. And if you study hard, you work hard on your game, you're gonna be so much more relaxed, you know? You're gonna be pulling that trigger on a bluff. You don't care, because you know it's a good play. That's the main thing I want to stress here, is that poker is not personal. Basically what happens now is that you gotta work harder for a smaller progress. There's only so much you can fit into your head as a human being, you know? There's a limit to how good we can get at this game. Obviously I've matured as a person. I've been playing for, you know, 12 years now, and I'm a different person. If I put in like 10 hours of study now, it's only gonna get me so much better. But for me, I'll tell you what, that's the really fun part, you know? I'm loving the game. It's just fun for me to figure this out, you know?
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find someone else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be bluffed.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's $3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
If somebody runs up, then it's really super hard.
Table coverage of this 888 live tournament here in Tallinn, Estonia, in beautiful Hilton Hotel Park, Olympic Park Casino. I hope you guys are ready to crown the winner, because I definitely am. I got my pizza, I'm energized, and I'm feeling ready to finish this one out. 4 players remaining, everyone has guaranteed themselves 7,130 euros. The winner will take home 20,000 euros, so still a lot of money to be played for. And we have a new chip leader, and his name is Neeme Org. He was down to 1 big blind just 45 minutes ago, and now all of a sudden he's taken over the chip lead after 5 times quintupling up, tripling up, doubling up, eliminating players, and he is on a roar. Of course, he has some tough opponents to still defeat, and their names are, who else but Demirers, Mikael Demirers from Sweden, Mark Metsla from Estonia, and Edis Laugals from Latvia. Everyone is pretty evenly stacked in this final table. Org is still our chip leader, but separating him between last place is something like maybe 12 big blinds. Org makes it 40,000 from the button. Blinds have gone up to 10,000, 20,000 with a big blind ante of another 20,000. So he's making it 40 from ace from the button with ace 7. Demirers thinking about something with jack 6 off. And that something is a 3-bet to 115,000. He thinks that he can bully Org here. With jack 6 off is what he is 3-betting with, and Org is not folding. Org makes the call, and we're gonna see a 3-bet pot heads up. 260,000 in the middle already. Let's see what develops here. 3, 4, and a 9. Good flop for Demirers to try and c-bet this one away from Org. Org doesn't flop a pair, just an overcard and a backdoor flush draw. Let's see if Demirers can pull the trigger. Yes, he can. 115,000 is the bet. More importantly, what is Org gonna do against that c-bet? Org is going to continue calling. He's gonna call for another 115, and this is becoming a huge pot already. And we haven't even reached the turn. 490k in the middle. Deuce of spades on a turn gives both of the players a straight draw. 5 would give Demirers a 6-high straight and Org a 5-high straight. Org is still good with ace high though. But can Demirers go all in here? Demirers is pulling the trigger. He's shoving all in with just jack high. This man has no fear whatsoever. He's committed to the bluff, and I don't see a way Org can call here with just ace high. He hasn't folded. He's definitely agonizing over call, but how can you call with just ace high? I think you can't. Or can you? No, you cannot. Org is going to fold the ace high. I wonder if Demirers is gonna show him the jack 6. We never get to know. All we get to know is a man who just folded an ace high. It would have been one of the sickest calls we've ever seen on the final table, but unfortunately he cannot do it. Had the idea that he might be ahead, but still Demirers happy he got this bluff through. got the gut shot straight draw on a turn, and now he adds 260,000. And I mean, that just shows you how fast things can go explosive here on this final table. Didn't expect anything to happen pre-flop, but we saw a 3-bet, we saw a C-bet, we saw a shove with just jack high. And Org could not call that one. Metzla, who not long ago was the chip leader, is the shortest stack at the moment, but still has 26 big blinds. Ace Queen now for him. He's been limping all of those small blinds. Let's see if he's gonna limp with a strong hand as well, because Laugals has been raising him quite often. Metzler could definitely limp in and hope to see Laugals raise it something like 70k and then just shove over to top, but he's gonna come in with a raise himself. Makes it 60k. Laugals is gonna defend with 9-5 suited. So another heads up pot, this time 2 different players. King, 6 and a deuce. Ace high is still good, but he's gonna check it over to Laugals. Laugals misses completely. Laugals has just a backdoor straight draw, but not even a spade on the board. Another king is a good card for Metzla, makes it less likely Laugals has a king. So checks it over to Laugals one more time. So check on a turn. 7 on the river means that should this hand go to the showdown, Metzla is gonna win with his ace high, and he's gonna even put in a value bet. Tries to get value from something like ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, ace jack. Because I don't think that's a bluff, because as played, Laugals is never folding a 7, 6 or a deuce here. So I think that is a small value bet. And Laugals with just 9 high is gonna come over the top here. And I would really look at that. Metzla is not believing that. What is Laugals representing here? King? Is king gonna check back the flop, check back the turn, and then come over the top on the river? Is he representing ace 7? Is ace 7 even raising there? That story that Laugals is telling does not make sense. Yes, we can see the cards, but Metzla should figure this one out. Nothing makes sense here. What hand is raising on the river? You guys tell me on the in the chat if you think that anything Laugals is representing here makes sense. I don't think it's very likely Laugals is checking back king twice. I don't think it's very likely he's raising a 6 or a 7. He's trying. I don't think he's checking back pocket 6s, pocket 7s on a flop and turn. So nothing makes sense. Metzla, after value betting, sniffs this one out and makes a nice call with ace high. And I think this is just beautiful from Metzla. Trust his read. Laugals' story didn't make sense. Laugals was trying to force this one away from Metzla, but Metzla has been around long enough to know and smell BS if he sees it. Metzla has 88,000 in live tournament earnings, but a lot more in online tournaments. Mikael Demirors, his best live cash is just under 10k, so one more spot and he will get his best ever live cash. This 4th place is gonna be close, but a little less. 4th place gets 7,100 euros. 3rd gets more than 10k already. Metzla now with ace queen once again. Another chance to come in with a raise. Makes it 53. Sizes up a little bit and gets a call from Org. Queen jack, definitely quite standard up until this point. Ace 6-9, another good flop for Metzla. Flops top pair. Org doesn't hit much of anything. He has the queen of hearts, but that's not a good flop for queen jack. Expect Org to check it over to Metzla. Metzla c-bet something like 40, 45,000. And Org is probably gonna just check fold. There's a check from Org, Metzla. 40k approximately, maybe. Doesn't have a heart. Heart in his hands, I mean, of course. Goes slightly bigger. Looks like 50k. No, he goes bigger. I'm guessing Metzla is sizing up against Org specifically. I think usually his standard size there should be something like 40-45k, but he's thinking that if Org is calling, he's calling anyway. So might as well start building the pot here. So Org is gonna fold to queen high, and Metzla now up to 822. His turn to take the chip lead back again. It was just 2 hands ago when I told you that Metzla is our shortest stack. And now he's our chip leader. This just shows you how close together the stacks are now. Still four-handed. The blinds once again are 10,000, 20,000. Big blind ante, another 20,000. Unless they've made the ante half the size. Sometimes they do it, but usually in Estonia we haven't done it. I know at the rest of the 888 stops they half the ante when there's 5 players remaining. Usually in Estonia that's not the case. Let's see. I'm gonna have to figure this one out, but Org nevertheless found himself ace-king. Very strong hand, even full ring table. Definitely a strong hand 4 ways. All he wants is a customer. Is he gonna find a customer? He might find a customer because he raises so small, and Demiroz is getting nice value to call here with a suited 9, so he's gonna make the call with 9-3 suited. So heads up to the flop. 4, 5 and a 6. Good flop for Demiroz, flopping open-ended straight draw. Org still good with ace high and backdoor flush, not flush draw. Hello Tower 1891. Org bets 45 and gets a call from Demi. Demi doesn't want to bluff Org one more time, so he's gonna proceed carefully this time. Jack of diamonds doesn't help anyone, but it must not look super nice for Org here. That's not the best flop you want to see with ace-king. Let's see how he proceeds. Is he gonna bet one more time? Is he gonna slow down? Yep, he's gonna slow down. Checks it over to Demi. 2 Estonians, Swede and a Latvian walk into a casino. Who's gonna come out of there with 20,000 and the coveted 888 live trophy? Demiroz wants to be the one. Demiroz now is bluffing against Org with 75,000, and Org is snap shoving it all in his face. Ace-king like a boss. These 2 players love to bluff against each other. Org was not betting for value there. He was betting for maybe protection, but definitely as a bluff. And Demiroz cannot realize his equity, has to fold his open-ender. And Org is not gonna go down without a fight. What an epic battle between those 2 every single time they clash with each other. Here you have some stats to name Org. 764,000 in chips in the beginning of this hand. And it looks like the ante is down to 10k. So blinds are 10,000, 20,000 and a big blind ante of 10k. So we are playing by the 888 rules, which is understandable. Org makes the call with King 10 from the button. Demirers finds another hand to play against Org. Ace-Jack off now. I expect to see an ISO raise, and that's a huge ISO raise. Makes it 110,000. And now it's interesting. Will Org call the 110,000? He has a pretty hand himself. Those two are developing a bit of a rivalry here. Playing with each other for the third time in a very small amount of time. And yep, Org is not afraid to put extra chips in the middle, so the ISO raise isn't going to work, or I mean, considering how you think about it, maybe it is going to work. He got Org to put in extra 90,000, but at the same time he's gonna have to play the hand out of position against Org, but that's a beautiful flop. And that is a bit of a too beautiful flop for Demi, because Org doesn't flop anything. And Demi sneakily checks it over to Org, who has King 10. Wants Org to catch up a little bit. Look at that, 98% after Demirar's hand there, after the Ace-Jack. That's the percentage of a chance he's gonna win this one. And if he's gonna have his opponent betting into him, that is just the best case scenario. It looks like he's gonna get at least 100,000 from Org here by checking it over to him. Org fires 100k into the abyss of Demirar's top trips with an ace kicker. Demi, he's going to call. Doesn't want to start raising. Definitely you don't want to start folding. Let your opponent bluff into you. He's going to call. The question is, will Org bite another time? 4 of diamonds means that Demirars cannot lose this hand anymore. Org needed running kings or running queen 9. Check from Demirars. And Org smells the trap. Org checks behind. And will Demi check over to Org one more time though? That is the question here. Flush draw just missed. And Demirars checks it over to Org one more time. Hoping that maybe Org missed the flush draw or bluffs with something else. But Org doesn't take the bait, turns over to King 10 and gets the news that Demirars was trying to set a trap there, but Demirars is now almost up to 950,000, almost up to 1 million. He would be the first player to break the 1 million chip count. A total of 2.7 million chips in play, so still not a runaway chip leader. Nemeorg, a businessman from Estonia. Definitely a recreational poker player, but a quick learner.
Yeah, I had feeling. I had. The bad would be if I was.
He works in the IT field. He's the owner, CEO of a successful company. So definitely a successful man. And tries to be as successful in poker as well. And he's been doing great for himself. Guaranteed himself at least 4th place finish here at 888 Live, Tallinn. Metzla, small blind, completes with Jack 9, gets a check from Laugals, and again we see Metzla complete with most of his small blinds. Ace 6-3 is means that Metzla is still good with Jack 9, but Laugals flops a straight draw. And Metzla checks it over to Logels, who is going to bluff with his straight draw. And Metzla with jack high probably cannot even call. 36k is the bet from Logels, and Metzla will just check fold. So only time we've seen Metzla raise against Logels from the small blind was when he had the ace queen. Other than that, he's been completing every single time. So you probably want to put some bluff raises in there as well. But maybe jack 9 is not the best candidate to bluff raise with. Maybe you want to bluff raise with something like, I don't know, 9 deuce suited. (10-5) Demirers, he's gonna fold. Metzla from the button with king 5. Let's see if Metzla wants to play the button aggressively or rather not. If it's the first option, Metzla is gonna come in with a raise with a king high. Well, it seems like it's the first option, so he's gonna come in with a raise to 45k. And runs into Logels king queen. Logels is gonna ship it all in for 22 big blinds. Org actually with the best of it all, but he cannot call against the raise and an all-in with ace deuce off. Even though he would be in great shape should he do that. And Metzla cannot call with king 5, so the shove goes through for Logels. And he's up to 530k now. Seems like the players are having at least a very good time there. They're all smiles. I mean, they've guaranteed themselves 7,000 euros. It's gonna be a nice payday nevertheless. Logels seems to be the quiet one of the group. The Estonians and the Swedes are joking around all the time, and Logels is just strictly business. He has his sight on the prize. And it's set on it. Metzla 9-8. Probably a fold I wanted to say, but no, he's gonna come in for another raise. Last time it didn't work, maybe this time. Yep, second time's the charm. Yeah, that's how it's gonna be 4 ways. You're gonna see a lot of blind steals, a lot of folds, maybe a couple of big blind defense, but nothing too exciting until something exciting happens. 22 minutes left of this level. 10 and 20k still. We just came from the break. Looks like Demirars is feeling as hungry as I was before the break. Has ordered himself some... What is it even? Looks like dumpling pancakes something. A wrap. I have no idea what it is. If you guys recognize the food, let me know in the chat, so I have something to talk about. Ace 3 for Org in the button. He's gonna just limp in, which is interesting. Usually gonna see a raise with a hand as strong as that. But look at that. Button, blinds and antes all wake up with a suited ace. That is a very rare sight. Matt Marty knows that it's a wrap. Oh, thank you very much. Are you playing the 888 yourself here in Tallinn, Marte? Because if you are, I really want to hop into that deep tournament, but for that we're gonna need to finish in 2 hours or so. But it's Metzla who makes it 105,000. Org is gonna make the call with ace 3 suited, and let's see if Demi He's gonna come along. No, he's not just going to come along. He's gonna ship it all in over to top. He thinks that there is 200,000 to be stolen away here, but is there though? He knows that Org can be quite wide calling there, limp calling the button. But Metzla, he thinks that maybe Metzla is trying to just isolate there. I mean, a very aggressive move from Demi. He gets Metzla to fold, probably gonna get Org to fold, and he's just gonna steal 200,000 in case, of course, Org is gonna fold. And if Org is gonna call, then he's gonna be in great shape. They're probably gonna ship it, but they're still gonna get Metzla's money. All right. Good luck on your online grind. Org hasn't folded just yet, but I still think ace-3 suited is not a hand you want to be calling all-ins with. It's exactly a hand you might want to go all-in with, like Demiros has done, because if called, you still have equity, but you're not doing super well calling all-ins with a suited ace-X for 25 big blinds. Yes, you already have 5 big blinds invested, but still. It feels like Demiros is actually feeling quite comfortable here. Like, probably doesn't expect to be dominated by Org here. He's thinking that maybe Org is thinking about calling with something like King Queen, King Jack, a hand like that. Maybe they even told each other what do they have. Org is trying to figure out what is Demiros just completing the small blind with, and then after getting an ISO and a call, shoving it all in with. Demiros' story actually doesn't make a lot of sense either. Unless it's something like, I don't know, ace-10 off, ace-jack off. I mean, it is ace-5 suited, but anyway, it's going to work, and he's gonna add 220,000, and we can see that Demiros has come to play. A unique style of poker, unique way of approaching this hand, but maybe just knowing his opponents, knowing that Metzla is capable of isolating there. Org is gonna put some dead money in there as well, just gonna ship it in. As we get a change of dealers, you get to see the VPIP stat. Metzla playing the most amount of hands, VPIP meaning voluntarily put in. So that's the percentage of hands players have played.
It's a critical time in the tournament. It's important to get chips because we're so even. And now I'm in the lead. So
You are?
yeah.
You put up 40.
So Queen 7 from Undergun. He's gonna fold with 20 peak blinds left. So Org now is now down to 20 big blinds. Metzla with 32 and Ace King. We've seen Metzla only raise the small blind with strong hands, and I'm pretty sure Laugals knows about it. So this time Metzla finally limps in with a strong hand. I was hoping to see that at one point. Laugals is gonna just has 4 deuce again on the big blind, so he's not gonna do anything but check behind. But now I would really like to see Metzla check it over to one more time. We've seen Laugals bet out in these spots every single time. Last time it was with 5 deuce and he bet 36,000 in a very similar spot. Let's see what's the sizing here. 36,000. So Laugals staying consistent at least. But Metzla has done something called, I'll not say trapping, but mixing it up with Ace King. He's gonna call sometimes with weaker or middling hands and sometimes with monsters. So he's very balanced, we can see that. This is the best, like, look at that, that's a raise to 100 and 26,000. So it makes a big raise over to Laugal's bet. And Laugal's, in case he feels like going crazy, he's probably not gonna call. But we've seen Laugal's go all in these spots even. But Laugal's is just gonna call with the gut shots to the straight and a backdoor spades. So he's gonna continue on a spade or a 5. He really wants to hit that 5 here. So he's just gonna call in position. And I would really like a check on a turn if I'm Metzla. I would really like to see another check and then just check raise it against Laugal's one more time, or just call the jam. Because Laugal's can be, as you can see, floating here, and maybe Laugal's wants to turn that float into a bluff, so that would be super sneaky to check over to Laugal's one more time and make it look like you were trying to steal this one away. Like you were done with Laugal's trying to steal those spots away, you were trying to make a move and now you got caught. So, I mean, of course it's hard to think about it if you're Metzla, but Metzla instead is going all in. Laugal's just has 4 high, so he cannot do anything, but that would have been a beautiful check. But those would-haves are gonna be could-haves and end up being should-haves. Laugal's now with less than 20 big blinds, Org with less than 20 big blinds. Metzla and Demirors have the bigger stacks here. They've separated themselves a little bit from the rest of the field. You see Demirors with 57, Metzla with 40, and then there's a decent 20 big blind difference between Org and Laugal's and Metzla. Jack 10 now for Temai. Is that an open fold with Jack 10 off? I mean, I really want to know the reasoning behind that open fold with Jack 10 off. You are the chip leader. You should be pressuring around. Or did I misread the situation? Was it not Jack 10 off? Anyway, as it is, Metzla is gonna come in with the raise with King 9 suited, and I'm guessing, Demi, you cannot be afraid of 2 reshoving stacks. You just cannot. But it's Laugal's going all in. It's gonna work out perfectly for Jack 10 off, but I still think not opening Jack 10 off as the chip leader has to be a mistake. Laugal's going all in for 374,000. I don't think Metzla can call. He's gonna think this one through and then he's gonna fold to King 9. Knowing that Metzla doesn't make too many mistakes. He's not gonna punt off a stack just because if he's annoyed or something. He plays well. Cannot afford an Armani shirt calling off fall-ins with King 9 suited. And he's wearing one here. Hasn't folded just yet, but I'm sure he's gonna figure it out. Yep, he does. So Laugal's now up to 22 big blinds. So nice aggressive all-in works out for Laugal's. You can see he doesn't go to showdown that often, just 18% of showdown for him. So the hands he is playing, he's playing quite aggressive. Or not calling it down at least. Queen 9 fold. Queen 4 fold. So it's just blinds up against each other. A7 from the small blind for 18.5 big blinds. I can see it going in some situations. You might even open shove. That's not an open shove, but that's basically an open shove. That's a huge raise to 110,000. But Demirors does not have anything to call, so he's gonna fold. Still with 1.1 million. Org now up to 20.5 big blinds with 409,000. I've always said it, but during final tables and when we get down to like 3, 4, and especially heads up, we need 2 deck of cards, or like someone shuffling the cards and someone dealing, because most of the time it's just waiting for the cards to be dealt. If you haven't joined us before, this is the final table coverage of 888 Live here in Tallinn. 91 entries, we are down to 4. First place takes home 20,000 euros. 10-9 suited for Demi. Very beautiful looking hand. Makes the call. Metzler with 7 deuce, not as beautiful. He's gonna fold. There you go, Wes. You got it. So checks, Metzler checks, and we go to a flop that is 3, 4, and a queen. So no pair anywhere. Demiror still good with 10 high. Check, check on a flop. Open-ended straight draw now for Metzler. Needs an ace or a 6 to make a straight. But as it is, it's still 10 high good for Demi. But can Metzler steal this one away for Demi here? He's gonna start by betting, and Demi cannot really call with just 10 high, so he's gonna fold, and Metzler takes a small one, up to almost 800,000 now. $10,000, $20,000, big blind ante, another 10,000. Everyone's guaranteed themselves 7,300 euros. 7,130 euros, excuse me. Third place gets more than 10k. Runner-up gets 13.5 and winner gets 20. So considering the prize pool, it's gonna be quite a big heads-up battle, because the difference between first and second place is gonna be more than what fifth place got. So it's gonna be quite a big heads-up battle. That just shows you how important it is to win poker tournaments and not just cash in them or not just make the final table even, but to win them, because think about it. You lasted all these players, you get fifth place, but the difference between first and second is still bigger than the whole fifth place prize. Crazy to me. This is why aggressive play just always pursues in tournament poker. You need to play for that win. Orr comes in with a raise with Jack-8 suited from under the gun. Gets a call from Laugal's Jack-8 suited, so a couple of the same hands up against each other. 140k in the middle. Usually in these spots, the more aggressive player is the one to win this. It's kind of a free roll for Org here, should the chips go in. Both players with a top pair, Laugals with Jack-8 of spades, but Org can hit runner diamonds here. Laugals does check it over to Org. Let's see if he's gonna c-bet. He's thinking about something here. Maybe he's trying to figure out a sizing he wants to go for. But I think he should c-bet, and he should c-bet. Let's see how much it seems like a big barrel. Looks like 100,000 he's taken out. Even more. 110,000 is what I counted out. Yep, that's a big bet of 110,000, and if it's gonna go in, it's probably gonna go chop chop. But Org has a slight chance to hit running diamonds. So can Org hit diamond to double up through Laugals, or and cripple him, or are we just gonna chop this one up? 838k in the middle, most likely gonna go chop, but if we see a diamond on a turn, things might get interesting. And that is a 7 of diamonds on a turn, meaning that Org all of a sudden can take it all by hitting a diamond on a river. Can he do it? Ooh, that's so close. That's a red card, but that is not a diamond, meaning that both of these players are just gonna chop this flop up. But that was that was a scary spot for Laugals. If I'm Laugals, my heart is skipping a beat here. Even if I'm Org, my heart is skipping a beat here. I'm like, oh, all of a sudden I have a chance to win it all.
No means no.
Well, as it is, nothing too much changes. Mark Metzla is all smiles. So Demirers from Sweden, Nemeorg from Estonia, Mark Metzla from Estonia, and I think it was Edgars Laugals from Latvia. Edis Laugals. Edis Laugals from Latvia. Mikael Demirers came to the final table as the chip leader, has rarely given away the position of chip leader, and is still the chip leader. Metzla came as one of the shorter stacks, but has battled up to second place at the moment. Org came in as 4th in chips, is currently 4th in chips. And Laugals came as in one of the short stacks as well, and is currently 3rd in chips. But it's Metzla raising and Metzla taking. Metzla giveth, Metzla taketh. In 3 minutes the blinds go up, and they go up to 12 and 24 with big blind ante of 12. Jack 8 off for Metzla. Is he gonna keep the pressure on with Jack 8? That is the question, and we get the answer very soon. Answer is no. Nay, nay, nay. Does not want to go after Demirers big blind. Org the one calling though with King 7. Demirers checking his options, so heads up to the flop. Four, 5 and a 9, so again no pair to be seen anywhere, but Org checks it over to Demi, who checks behind, and King now on a turn gives Org top pair. Is he gonna start betting his top pair, or will he try and give Demirer some rope? It looks like he wants to get some value instead. Bets 20k. Demirers with just 10 high has to fold. Still with 1.1 million for him. Org gets a small one. Gets the big blind ante and the big blind itself. So 30k extra for him for his troubles of hitting top pair of kings on a turn. So we haven't lost a player this level, unless we lose one here. Since we started quite deep, that was kind of expected as well, to for the final table to last for a while. We still have 4 players, so Demirers at the moment the chip leader needs to eliminate 3 more. He's gonna start with a raise with 10-6. Metzla with 6 deuce. Doesn't want to call from the big blind, so small step for Demirers. A giant leap for no one. It was just a small step. But every big journey starts with the first step. Ten more seconds of this level, so this will be the final hand of this level, and then we move up to 12 and 24. Right now still 10 and 20. Org will fold to 9 deuce. Demi, Queen 8. He's gonna... Interesting, why is he folding those hands? Demirors is just all of a sudden kind of randomly shut down. Like when we started the final table, he was playing aggressively, putting pressure on players and so on. But he just doesn't want to come in with open raises. Metzla calling with 4-3. Laugal's just shipping it in his face with King 4 suited for 21 big blinds. Laugals is like, I'm done playing kiddie games. I'm gonna ship it in your face. You deal with it. And Metzla deals with it by folding to 3-4. Yeah, none of those players have shown to be afraid to put the chips in. Maybe Mark Metzla is the one to pick his spots the most carefully. Hasn't really been at risk at any point when he gets to not have a chance to be at risk. We've seen Demirors make some huge bluffs. We've seen Org make some huge bluffs. Laugals is putting it in for 21 big blinds with King 4 suited. So it should be just a matter of time when a couple of those good hands clash together, but you never know. Raise from Demirors, so he's rather raising Queen 6 suited from under the gun against Org's big blind than raising Queen 8 from the button against Laugal's big blind. What does that tell you? Well, at first it tells you that he maybe values suited hands more than he values better hands. Secondly, maybe he thinks that Org is not 3-betting him light that often. And Org does make the call for 36k extra. King check against Queen 6. Ace deuce 4 is a good flop for Demirors to continuation bet on, because Org doesn't flop a pair. Even though he has a king high, I think it's gonna be tough for Org to continue on such a dry board. Ace deuce 4. Demirors has the backdoor flush draw to fall back upon. So Demi bets 65. 70 even. And Org has to fold. Org now, after the blinds have gone up, he has about 14 big blinds left, which is not a lot of big blinds. It's 14 of them. It's still not like epically short, but I mean, with the players playing four-handed, he's gonna need something to happen quite soon, because otherwise he's gonna be chipping down really fast. When there were 7 players left, Org had 1 big blind left. Then he made a huge comeback, took the chip lead even for a while, and now, when there are 4 left, he is once more our shortest stack, but 1 double up could change everything. Stacks aren't super deep anymore. They're still deep-ish, but not super deep. Org limping in with Queen Jack. And did Demi just shove all in? And yep, it looks like Demi went all in. Org snap called him, and Demi is actually in great shape with King 3. Needs this King High to hold to eliminate Org here. Org needs Queen Jack, 43% to stay alive and double up through Demi. Can he do it? Deuce 3 and a 8. Still needs a Queen or a Jack 23% to get it. That is another 8, so needs a queen or a jack on the river, or Org is eliminated in 4th place. Can he do it? 706k in the middle. That's 4 of clubs in the river, meaning that we lose Neme Org, the businessman from Estonia, in 4th place. He's gonna take home 7,130 euros for his troubles. And we have only 4 players left, and our chip leader Demirors is now even bigger. Eliminates Org. Very well played, Org. Fantastic result for you. I was rooting for you. I saw the way you were developing with basically every day playing this tournament, so I think you gave us a valiant effort, a great battle, and I hope to see you playing those tournaments in the future as well. 7,130 euros is what he's gonna take home. But more importantly, maybe even more importantly, a 4th place finish at an 888 live event. Final table finish as one of his first results ever, if not even the first result ever. Well played, GG. And that's how things stand at the moment. Demirors, our big chip leader with 1.5 million. Metzla second, comfortably second in chips, 768k. And Laugals now with 18 big blinds. One of those 3 players is going to win this event. And as it seems like I couldn't find any results for Neme Org, so that was his first ever poker cash. I don't know how much poker he has played previously, probably not a lot because I've never seen him play. And already a final table finish, already a 4th place finish. 7k euros is not a bad first payday. So 3 players remaining. Estonian, a Swede, and a Latvian. One of those countries are gonna win an 888 event. Demi, ace-8 off. He's gonna come in with the raise. Makes it 55. Metzla, king 4. Folds, as does Laugals. So the rich get richer, but he needs to keep the pressure on if he wants to win this one. You cannot release the pressure, not even once. You can see stats for Demirors right here. Mikael Demirors from Sweden. Going to showdown quite often when he plays hands, which is kind of understandable because it means that other players are not really trying to bluff him off hands because he's been the chip leader for the most of this final table. 6-5 suited for Metzla now, but more importantly even the button. So if you're watching the 300 play, the button, of course, the most valuable position, you can go after the steals. So you expect players to play most amount of hands from the button because it's gonna work most amount of time. So Metzla's turn now to steal the blinds. We've seen Laugals not be afraid to put chips in either, so Laugals is at some point is probably gonna come over the top of these players by just shipping it in. Pocket 7s for the Laugals. Makes it 55. That's a very strong hand to have three ways. He's definitely willing to call and all in with pocket sevens, but Metsola doesn't find anything to play against, so we just keep on waiting. $20 big blinds for Laugals, Metsola with 30, and Demiros has more than double the second place at the moment with 62. So he has more than half the chips in play at the moment, but I'd really like to see him play aggressively. Can't do it with 6-3, so he's gonna fold. Metsola probably gonna complete with 9-7 from the small blind, and we're gonna get to see the flop, unless Laugals is gonna find something to play with. Well, not play with, or raise with, I'd rather say. So it is exactly like that. Metsola calls, Laugals checks. 60k in the middle. 10, ace and a4. So queen high still good for Laugals. Check from Metsola, check from Laugals. Another 10. Doesn't change anything, so let's see if Metsola is gonna try and steal this one away at some point, or is it gonna go check, 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 check all the way? Metsola is gearing up for a bet, but I don't think Laugals should actually fold just yet. Maybe you wanna call once with a queen high, and Laugals is picking up the chips. He is gonna make the call. Basically, Metsola is saying he either has a 4, ace or a 10 or something like king jack. That's a queen on the river, so Laugals now has two pair, queens and 10s with ace kicker. Doesn't change too much. If Metsola is betting, he's still saying he has the ace or a 10, so that queen does not change that much, but so Metsola is not betting a 4 here on the river. But if Metsola was bluffing, then you're still gonna be beating him. Metsola is putting in a huge bet, and Laugals instantly calls against that 130k bet and shows the queen deuce, and Metsola shrugs this one off, but loses quite a large pot worth 400,000, and he's now shortest stack after losing this one. He's not happy to see a queen high, queen call there, especially snap call. Metsola now left with 22, Laugals with 28. So they change positions pretty much between one and another. Four deuce off, probably not even a raise, not even from the button. So folds. Queen jack definitely playable. Question is, how do you want to play the queen jack as the second place against the chip leader? Do you want to raise? Do you want to call? Do you want to moan? He wants to raise. He wants to raise it to 60,000. Demi, how do you want to play? Now is the question, and maybe even more important question. He wants to call. He has king 4. Still good with king high. Can play the pot in position as well. Couple of deuces and a 10 on a flop. Actually a decent flop for queen jack without hitting a pair. 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw for him. Check check though on the flop. 9 of diamonds is a perfect card for Laugals to start betting, but he does check check on a turn, and that 4 means that Laugals is not going to win this pot. Should Laugals bet, then Demiros is going to call, but Demiros is betting 25,000. So min bet on the river, which Laugals is gonna call, so he gets the maximum. Interesting river bet sizing and interesting call from Laugals. I guess he just wanted information, and he was willing to pay 25k for it. And maybe sometimes Demirors as something like 8-6 that you beat. And Demirors gets a little bit richer. I mean, he's chipping up. Slowly but surely. 6-3 folds. And guys, if you're thinking that, oh, I'm gonna play online tournaments or live tournaments and I'm just gonna wait for a good hand. Look how crappy hands everyone is getting all the time. Players are getting crap hands, crap hands, crap hands. This is why you need to stay aggressive, even though it doesn't feel natural to you maybe sometimes. But if you want to be successful, you need to be aggressive, especially when there's less players at the table. Everyone is getting bad hands all the time. So if you're the one representing a good hand and you're the first to do it, then I mean you're gonna have an edge, because you're not gonna run into aces and kings every time you come in for a steal. Those live tournaments should be super good indication that where you can see all the live cards. People don't get. We've seen aces throughout the 2 days of coverage once, and that was for seat number 9. Once or twice, it doesn't matter. Still, not that often. So if you want to get better at tournament poker, you need to learn how to keep the pressure on, as well as realize when to release it. Of course, that's even the hardest part. It's easy to be aggressive all the time, but it's more difficult to learn to know when to be aggressive and against who to be aggressive against. And Metzla knows all about aggression. Queen 9 suited. He's gonna shove 20 big blinds effective approximately against Laugals, who cannot call with Queen 7. So something is in the air. What it is, I'm not sure. But the players definitely aren't super afraid to put it in with those stack sizes. But at the same time, it should be perfect for Demirors. I mean, Laugals and Metzla, the difference between second and third place is more than 3,000 euros, so they're exactly even in chips. So if I'm Demirors, I'm just gonna pressure. I'm gonna be Dr. Pressure on their faces and just, you know, see who wants to make the ICM decision of going all in. Or they just have to wait for a good hand. Laugals limps in against Demirors. Demirors, Queen 7. Come on. Make it like 70. Why not? Just to feel good. Just to check how Laugals deals with it. As it is, he checks behind. Laugals flops second pair. And leads into Demi here with his second pair, knowing that Demi probably is not checking back an ace against Laugals, so he can safely bet his 9. So a small man over to Laugals. 3 very capable, very decent players with few, I would say, few differences in styles, but everyone very much capable of winning this one. Demirors just with the biggest stack at the moment, probably the most aggressive one to pull in like 3-barrel bluffs and stuff. Metzla is also very aggressive, but he has a very different style. He's playing that small ball aggressive style poker, which I personally very much like. Me and Metzla personally, we play very similarly. I feel like watching his play. Call from Demi, all in from Metzla, thinking that Demi is probably not call him with a good hand, but Demi is actually thinking about it with suited ace, because Demi just called it in with an ace high, and Demi's gonna make the call against Metsola and has the chance to eliminate Metsola in third place. Metsola is gonna need to get lucky one more time, and here I was talking about small ball poker that Metsola likes to play, and he's just shoving it in with king 10. Still, I would have done the same. And Demi Rars is gonna call with ace high. King or 10 to double up, or ooh, that's a good flop for Metsola. Metsola has been very lucky when he needs to be lucky. He's been super lucky in these all-in situations. I've seen him survive, I think, 4 of them or 3 of them. But still, he needs to fade the ace on the river. And if he does, he's gonna double up through Demi, and he does exactly that. They're gonna be even in chips. Metsola makes a pair of 10s. Demirars cannot eliminate Metsola. If Demirars wins this hand, it's all but done for him. Now it's way more difficult against Metsola, who has position on you, now has the same stack as you. That flop 10 was worth so much money for Demirars, because now it's possible that Demirars is even going to finish in third place. Had he eliminated Metsola, that all but guarantees him 20k. Rough. Rough, rough. Well, still the chip leader, still with 44 big blinds. Metsola with exactly the same chip count. Laugal's now the lone short stack with 24, but that's not a short stack. 24 big blinds is massive in tournament poker, isn't it? But that means the play might tighten up even more.
I got lucky. Well played.
Well, was not a June. Much luck. It's a close call.
But I have to say, I like the call from Demi. He made the limp. He really wanted to limp shove himself, but after getting shoved on, he can eliminate all the strongest hands from Metsola's range. So after eliminating all the strongest hands, he's feeling like he's flipping or slightly ahead against a lot of those hands that Metsola is shoving there with. So why not just call and try and eliminate an aggressive opponent? So he does call. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him, and we move on to a picture we've seen probably 10 times before. Metsola limping the small blind, Laugal's checking the big blind, Metsola checking the flop, Laugal's betting the flop. Metsola with the gut shots to the straight, Laugal's flops top pair and an open-ended straight draw. 40k is the bet. And Metsola is check calling with 9 deuce. Wants to donate a little bit over to Laugal's as well to feel better. Now can make a straight with a 7 as well. 7 or a 4 would give him a straight. Checks it over to Laugal's one more time. Laugal's still with a pair of 6s and an open-ender. That's a bet of 115,000. I like the sizing from Laugal's. It's gonna put Metsola's draws into a difficult position. Should Metsola have something like 5-4, 3-4, 3-7, 5-7, 6-7 even. Maybe 6-7 is not in that range. All those hands that might have equity really don't want to check call out of position against almost a bot size bet. So a nice strong bet from Laugal's, and Metsola after getting extra outs on the turn might have to fold now. You know, there's one thing me and Metsola have in common. Not just playstyle in poker, but we both have the same yellow wristband from Olympic Casino. Metzler is just gonna check call the turn. Really do not like that check call. I mean, you're just hoping to hit a 7 or a 4. 4 would not even be that great. You're not calling with... I mean, are you... What do you do now? Are you gonna lead in? No. So you're calling for 8 outs. I mean, I'll take it back. We don't play the same way. I just don't like the call. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm sure that there's someone in the chat or someone listening to me and saying, "No, you're a fish. You don't know how to play poker," and stuff like that. Just check calling with 9 high and that on that board is, for me, in my opinion, is awful. You don't, especially out of position. It's very okay to call with that hand in position, because you still have a chance to steal this one away. But out of position, should you hit your straight, how are you gonna get paid? Maybe your opponent has a chance to check behind, or you're gonna have to lead. If you're gonna miss, which you're most often gonna do, are you just gonna dunk bet the river? You can't be comfortable. You don't have any information about your opponent besides him showing that he's strong and leading into it twice. I even like a raise better there. I even like a raise to 250,000 and fold to a shove better than I like a call. I'll say that. That's how little I like to check call on a turn. That's you trying to get lucky, not trying to play good poker. It doesn't mean that he's not capable of playing good poker. This guy is a very, very strong poker player. Just this particular hand he messed up. IMO. Let me know in the chat if you agree or disagree with me. Metzler, back to his old ways, raising it with Jack 4 suited from the button, gets a call from Demirors. $134 in the middle. That's a very good flop for Jack 4 suited. Flops a pair of 4s and a flush draw. Unfortunately for him, Demirors doesn't have anything to continue with, though. So he's gonna check it over to Metzler, who's gonna c-bet, and Demirors is probably gonna fold unless Demirors wants to put in a sneaky little check raise. 65,000 is the bet. Over to Demi. And that is that sneaky little check raise. That is not going to work against Metzler, because Metzler has absolutely crushed this board with the raise with Jack 4 suited. Demi makes it 160, and if you're Metzler, what are you going to do? Are you gonna come over the top and shove and try to increase your fold equity, or are you going to just call and try and improve and let your opponent bet into you? Would not be surprised to see any of those options, but that is just a call. So we are having a pot here. 454,000 in the middle. I mean, if the turn is something like an offsuit 8 or 9 or 10, this might get even more interesting. 5 doesn't change too much. Brings in one of those obvious draws that Demirors might have been semi-bluffing with if he decided to bluff with something like 6-8, 6-9. Checks it over the Metzler, and it goes check, check on the turn. Queen of spades on a river, so Metzler doesn't improve. Metzler still with only a pair of 4s, and Demirors gives up against Metzler. Metzler shows the pair of 4s. Demirors cannot pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure it would have worked, but it's hard for him to know it, which is interesting to me that he's gonna give up on a turn like that. I'm guessing, okay, he's check raising and then he's gonna get called by Metzler. He's gonna continue on, well, obviously, I'm guessing a 6, an 8, a 9, 10, jack. So I'm guessing these are the hands he's continuing on. If he's giving up the 5 turn. So 6, 8, 9, 10, Jack. That makes sense to me. Otherwise, if he's not gonna continue on those hands either, then he shouldn't be check raising the flop. Just to hope that players are always folding there. Should be prepared to continue on some streets, because there was a flush draw out there that you didn't block, meaning that your opponent can have a flush draw quite often. Or at least some of the time. 15 minutes until we get the level increase one more time. Next levels will be 15 and 30,000. And by that point we have less than 100 big blinds at the table. Total chips left in the tournament is 2.7 million. Metzla has 1.1 of those. Laugals has 700k. So very evenly stacked one more time. So unless we see a couple of very strong hands clashing against each other pre-flop, I don't expect any big pots to happen. Basically, players are waiting for a setup. Metzla, of course, has been keeping pressure on. Let's see how it's going to work this time. He's gonna defend the big blind with Queen 7. Gets Laugals to bet into him, so Metzla is gonna be in good shape with top pair of 7s, top pair of queens, 7 kicker. Looks like 63, yeah, 63,000 into Metzla stack. Metzla is gonna do nothing but check call. Picks the chips and pushes him in the middle. So check call, 260k in the middle. I'm guessing Laugals is gonna continue on a 7, 10, or maybe a check. 9 is gonna be a perfect card for Laugals to check back should Metzla check to him. Now he has some showdown value. Doesn't need to build a pot with a middle pair. So this is gonna be a check. And kinda safe river for Queen 7. Not the safest, but still pretty safe. So let's see if Metzla is gonna go for some value here. Would really like to see Metzla put something out there to get calls from exactly hands like Ace 9, King 9, 9 8, Jack 9 that check back the turn. Maybe some flush draws that now caught up with a pair. So Metzla bets 100k, Laugals calls 100k, and this time Metzla knows that Laugals hasn't been folding too much to him, so he's gonna be taking value with top pair, and now it's Metzla's turn to have almost 1.5 million. Metzla with 1.4 million. Players have been changing the chip lead a lot. There hasn't been a player able to actually break away. Actually, well, we cannot blame Demi for that. Demi had Metzla in dire straits. Demi had Metzla all in with ace-6 suited against Metzla's king 10. Metzla was lucky enough to double up through the Demi Rors there, and now he's been trying to break away from these players himself. I guess we're just waiting for something like one big setup, or because it doesn't seem to me that there is too big of a skill difference between these players. Players seem to have a very similar skill set. I think Metzla maybe has a decent edge over them in the long run, but it's not like a huge. It's not like the other players are way weaker. It's just a super small edge that you're gonna have to grind out unless you're gonna get a setup. Metzla is king here. Last time he had ace-king blind versus blind, he limped in, and it ended up working good for him. This time he's gonna raise, so he is balanced. And Laugals doesn't defend the big blind with suited 10-5. Previously, throughout the day, he's been always defending the big blind again with hands like this. But I guess Laugals has picked up on the fact that Metzla hasn't been bluff raising from the small blind. Every time he's been raising from the small blind, he's had a huge hand. So of course I'm sure Metzla has his small blind raising ranges balanced as well, but still, until the opponent shows you otherwise, I mean, why are you supposed to think that they play differently? If Metzla is only raising super strong hands from the small blind, maybe you should stay away from the raises with marginal holdings. Another ace-king for Metzla. And another raise, 55. Laugals folds. And Demi with 8-5. Vida! What? Demi goes all in with 8-5. That is a blow-up and a half what I've seen. Easy call for Metzla. Metzla has Demi in a beautiful position here. Metzla just needs his ace-king to hold against Demi's ace-5. Ace or a king on a flop would do it. A 10 as well. Just needs to fade an 8 or a 5 on the river, and he manages to do it. What was that, Demirars? What was that? What did I just witness? A random 35 big blind punt all in with 8-5 off against a single min raise from the button. I cannot believe my eyes that we just saw that. Demirars just blew up. The risk versus the reward of that play is just immensely against your favor. And Metzla does not need to grind out the skill difference. Metzla does not need to wait for a setup. His opponent just made a huge mistake. Takes home third place for it, 10,340 euros. But what a hand. Metzla is the beneficiary of this huge blow-up. Congratulations for Demirars, though, taking third place of this tournament. I guess he was done. He wants to go spend that 10k. Go to the cage, go spend the 10k. We're going to go on a small break, and we're going to continue heads up, I'm pretty sure. Or are we going to play this level out? Well, I guess we're going to play this level out. There's still 1 more minute left, but I thought we're going to go for a small break for the heads-up play. Metzla seems as confused as I am. Usually when you get to heads-up, you're gonna have those like pictures and stuff and get the players seated next to each other. I guess this is what they're trying to figure out as well, but nope. Just continue. Just continue. Nothing fancy here, nothing to see here. Alright. Well, 7 more minutes left of this level, and Metzla with a huge chip lead over Laugals. 92 big blinds against 20 big blinds. It looks like Metzla's tournament to lose. But we've seen crazier things. 20 big blinds heads up. I mean, that's 1 double up and you're 2 double ups, and you're basically the chip leader. Those players really like limping their small blinds, though. We have lost the ante from the game. Both players with queen high and a gut shot straight draw. Bet of 30,000 from Laugals. After Metzla checks it over to him, 35,000, and Metzla is going to call. So both players with the exact same hand. Now both players with the nuts. Who is... Let's see how both players play this one out. Metzla turned to nuts. It's like, please bet into me. Please bet into me and don't have a queen. Little do they know that they neither of them will win the hand. Or both of them will win the hand. None of them will lose the hand. Both trying to sell a story that they are weak while both holding to absolute nuts. This is my favorite part. Just look at these players. All in from Metzla, call from Logals, fist pump to end it all. In the end, were there any winners? No. Were there any losers? Maybe. No. So still a big chip lead for Metzla, about 4.5 to 1 against Logals. Nice to have our Nightbot back, as well as Olympic Poker Club. Welcome! We are heads up to 888 Live Tallinn. Main event, 91 entries, 2 players remaining. Both have guaranteed themselves 13,550 euros, but there's still 6,500 to play for, because the winner takes home 20,000 euros. We have a local hero, Mark Metzla, against his neighbor from Latvia, Mr. Edis. I need to check. Yes, Edis Laugals. And we have no idea who's gonna come out on top. Metzla has a big chip lead. And he's gonna continue to put pressure on. Raises it up with 6-7. And faces a shove from Laugals. So Laugals is showing that he knows exactly that he cannot really like wait around. So he's gonna ship it all in against Queen 9. Netflix and skill, I'll tell you. No, you. No, you. No, you follow. Three minutes left until we're gonna go on a short break. So maybe we get to see a couple more hands of this heads-up action. Logals 9-4. Limps in against Metzla. Metzla hasn't checked back just yet. Maybe you want to start raising those limps now. Maybe you want to put something like 80,000, 84,000 in the middle. Maybe. I'm just throwing in ideas there. Did he just raise to exactly 84,000? Yes, he did. Am I a prophet? Yes, I am. Nice raise to 84,000 from Metzla, and Laugals has to fall to 9-4. So Metzla keeps the pressure on. Couple more hands before we're gonna go on a small break. Are we gonna crown the winner before that, or are we gonna come back and watch an epic heads-up battle? Yet to be known. Queen check now for Metzla. We're gonna see a raise to 55 probably. $50.62. So a bit bigger of a raise. Gets a snapshot all in from Laugals. And Metzla, should he call, he's gonna have a chance to eliminate. But first though, he hasn't called. Laugals has gone all in with ace-4. We can see that Metzla has 42% against the Laugals. But Laugals, should he be called, he's in a good position to double up and actually even things out quite a bit here. I'm sure Metzla wants to make the call and finish this one out right here, right now, right before the break. End things, take home the 20k, you know, 474k. Should he lose this one, he's still gonna be the chip leader. He's still gonna have a chance to eliminate Laugals, but this is your chance to end it right here, right now. He wants to know the count. Laugals is going all in for 26 and a half. No. What am I talking? 23 big blinds. 22 and a half big blinds. So, considering Metzler has a raise in, he has a chance to end this one here. He wants to know how much exactly he would have left should he take this small gamble. It is not the first time that Laugals has shoved over Metzler's open. Last time Laugals actually did have Queen 9. Against that hand, Metzler would have been in great shape. But against Ace 4 specifically, it's basically a coin flip. He's a bit behind. You can see that players are actually on a break now, but Metzler is gonna end up calling. Is this going to be the last hand of 888 Live here in Tallinn, Estonia, or is Laugals Ace-High gonna stay the best hand? Metzler needs Queen or a Jack to eliminate Laugals. Can he do it and keep the trophy home? 6, 7, 8 is a horrible flop for Metzler, and that just seals the deal. Laugals makes the straight on a turn, not even a sweat for Metzler, doesn't even get to sweat it, and Laugals doubles up through Metzler for 1.1 million, Metzler with 1.7 million. We are gonna go on a break for 13 minutes, don't go anywhere to finish this one up with an epic heads-up battle. Bye.
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find someone else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be loved.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's $3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won. Something weird just happened.
Yeah, your poker isn't so bad, you know. You just need to work on the reads a little.
You're White Rabbit? What, this whole time?
That's poker night, isn't it? Bon juego, Henry. You're gonna want to work on your Spanish.
Jill?
Past couple of days have been crazy. I don't even know where to start. I came here from the airport, jumped straight into the 25k, busted that, was a bad start. Next day was already 5 diamond main event, and I had a big piece of a really deep run into the tournament. There was a 5k side event where I had a big piece of the winner of that one as well. Then it was the 100k and I made 4th place myself. And after I busted, I actually went straight over to Aria, played a 10k, won that one, so I'm kind of on a really good run. Right now we're at the Poker Go studio and next to Aria, and we're playing the 300k Super High Roller Bowl. I started playing poker when I was very young, 16 years old, in high school with my friends. We just watched it on TV one day, and then we just started playing. I was just happy playing, you know, 2,000 euro tournaments, but basically what changed for me was that one year there was a really good 25k at a PCA. Played against a bunch of people that I thought weren't that good, so I figured why not just play all of them. I was on a really bad run up until one drop, which I ended up winning for 3.5 million. And you know, it's a tournament, so anyone can win. Basically, when I won that tournament, a lot of people came to me and said that was about time that I won something. I was probably the biggest loser in 100Ks, 50Ks for you know, two years. Certainly this year, winning close to 6 million has been phenomenal. Lost my stack first hand, but thankfully they give you 3 stacks, so it's all okay. Hi Igor, what's up? No. The high rollers are basically just a bunch of people that travel the world, and we meet at different stops and play against each other. Sometimes this guy shows up, you know, sometimes those guys show up, but in general the core group is always the same. Yeah, for people like me, it basically only makes sense to play the highest events. People pay you a lot of markup just to show up, so basically sometimes you just get paid 10k just to show up at a tournament, and that's nice.
Back over to the feature table. Nice spot from Nietzsche. Oh yeah, ace king against ace 7. Ace 9, 8. And the turn. Any straightiness? Nope. Top 2, so ace 7 will draw dead.
Special about super high rollers in general is just that once you get to this buy-in level, you truly do filter out the middle tier kind of regulars. The professionals that play there, they made it there because they're the best. And it's always a battle on the highest level.
5 1/4 bigs for Dominic, so yeah, he's all in. Schindler puts the 4-bet in. Club draw for Nietzsche. Paired board. Queen or a 10 will do it too, so 14 outs twice. Nietzsche with all of those outs, of which he picked up an additional few on the turn in the form of a gutter. Somehow the 9s hold, and Dominic will redeem one of his green biscuits.
God, it's been going really badly. Down on my 3rd bullet already. Don't think I could have done anything. Just gotta do better now. We're still at 55 blinds, so plenty to work with. Yeah, just how tournaments go sometimes, you know. But thankfully here you get 3 tries, otherwise I'd be out already. If you're playing against a professional and you notice something they do wrong, you know, like a weakness in their game, most of the time this is just going to be gone the next time you play against them, because everyone works on their game so hard. Every single one of them, when they make a mistake, you can see it on their face that they will be at home figuring out why did they make this mistake. I can guarantee you the next time they won't make the mistake. Always nice to do.
And the river pairs the board, ace 10. Sending 10-6 into the muck, and Dominic Nietzsche's hopes for a cash here in Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Once you realize that poker is just a game with a lot of luck, it does take the pressure off, you know? It's not a personal game where you have like history with one another and like you guys really hate each other and this guy, you know, did this to you and this to you. That stuff doesn't happen because I find at the highest level, like, everyone has a lot of mutual respect for one another. Unless someone really messes up, you know, poker hands kind of play themselves. And if you study hard, you work hard on your game, you're gonna be so much more relaxed, you know? You're gonna be pulling that trigger on a bluff. You don't care because you know it's a good play. That's the main thing I want to stress here, is that poker is not personal. Basically what happens now is that you gotta work harder for a smaller progress. There's only so much you can fit into your head as a human being, you know? There's a limit to how good we can get at this game. Obviously I've matured as a person. I've been playing for, you know, 12 years now, and I'm a different person. If I put in like 10 hours of study now, it's only gonna get me so much better. But for me, I'll tell you what, that's the really fun part, you know? I'm loving the game. It's just fun for me to figure this out, you know?
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
Oh, hey babe. So my flatmate finally left for the weekend. Do you want to come over?
Oh, I'd love to, but I've got poker with my mates on 888 tonight.
Well, you usually are the first one out, so we'll have plenty of time when you're done.
Yeah, laugh it up. Maybe I'll find someone else to go on holiday with all my winnings.
Well, you have been promising me a romantic getaway. How about Spain?
I was thinking Las Vegas.
How about Spain?
Listen, game's about to start. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Prepare to be bluffed.
So, should I start packing yet?
Give me an hour. I've just won a seat at the nightly 10K tonight. That's $3 in the getaway fund, if you behave yourself.
Just concentrate on the cards, mister.
Okay, gotta go. We can figure this out once I've won.
Welcome back one and all to the final conclusion of this 888 Live Tallinn main event. It's Mark Metsla from Estonia against Edis Laugals from Latvia. Mark Metsla has 1.7 million against Edis Laugals 1.1 million. This is gonna be a doozy, this is gonna be a daisy, this is gonna be a nice heads-up battle. Blinds are gonna be 15,000, 30,000, so we're not playing super deep, but still plenty deep for a heads-up battle. It's Laugals coming in for a raise with 65,000 with Queen 8 off, and Metsla contemplating a 3-bet with King Queen. My name is Christian Last. This has been an absolute fantastic tournament to cover for you guys. Hope you guys have had fun watching it as well. But now is the time we wrap this thing up. Last hand before the break, we saw Laugals all in with ace-4 suited against Metsla's queen-jack. Ace-4 held, made the straight on a turn, and Laugals doubled up through Metsla. Metsla makes a 3-bet to 170,000 with King Queen, and first small battle goes over to Laugals. $57 big blinds versus 33 big blinds. And interestingly enough, they haven't changed the level length for the heads up. So we're still playing 45-minute levels, even though this is heads up. Sometimes they make it half through the heads up stages. 10 deuce off now for Metsla. See if he wants to limp, or if he wants to fold, or if he wants to raise. Gonna give us a general idea how he will approach this heads up. Looks like a raise. Raise to 65. And Laugals finds a monster hand. Ace King. Now it's his turn to 3-bet. And Metsla's turn to fold against the 3-bet. So he makes it 175,000 and Metsla has to fold to 10 deuce. So 1-1. Both players with a 3-bet, both players with a fold against the 3-bet. Mark Metsla, an accomplished live and online pro. Not that much information about Laugals though. Couldn't find anything about him from the hand and mob. Metsla has 9 WSOP caches this year, including the main event. Total live earnings 88,000. With a win here, he could get his biggest live score. I can only assume that this is already Laugals' biggest live score. Metsla just got second place 2 weeks ago at Tallinn Summer Showdown High Roller event. Doesn't want to finish second here. He wants to take home one of those trophies at least. But he finds himself in a similar position, heads up for the title. Laugals makes it 65. Metsla makes a call. So we see the first flop of this heads up battle. 130k in the middle. 10-7 deuce, good flop for Metsla. Not the worst flop for Laugals either. 2 overcards and a backdoor straight flush draw. So Metsla checks it over. Metsla made second pair here with pair 7s. In heads up, pairs are way stronger than usually, so it's very difficult to make a pair. So Metsla must feel good about his second pair. But it's Laugals betting in. Laugals makes it 70k. Metsla is not going anywhere. He's going to make the call. Yes, he does. Calls the 70k. 270 now in the middle. A lot of interesting turns. I'm guessing Laugals is going to continue on an 8 or on a 9, Jack, queen, king, ace, diamond. 6 is not the best card for Laugels. Metzler checks, Laugels checks. And Laugels hits the pair of queens on the river. So now he rivers Metzler, and let's see if he can get any value from Metzler. Metzler's probably going to check it over to Laugels one more time. Laugels has to put in a value bet. I even like a bigger sizing value bet there. Something like 150k would be pretty nice. 150, 160k. And that is a bet of 170,000, knowing that Metzler is going to have trouble folding any pair against the line of bet, check, bet here. So Laugels is basically representing just a queen. And when you have just a queen, then it's easy and nice thing to represent, because it's difficult for your opponent to believe you. Should Metzler call this one here, that would even things up completely. Metzler is going to call here and lose, then we are basically even stacked for the title here. Both players have guaranteed themselves 13.5k. Winner takes home 20k. Metzler hasn't called just yet though. He's trying to figure out what Laugels could be bluffing here with that takes this line. Not too many hands, but in the end he's gonna end up calling and getting the bad news that Laugels did have the queen jack. Now both players with 1.4 million, meaning that we are even Stevens. 600k pot goes over to Laugels. When there was 7 players left, I thought it was gonna be either Metzler, Demirers or De La Rosa. De La Rosa is out in 6th place. Demirers, after that huge blow up, is out in 3rd place. He took home 10,340 euros. Metzler, out of my guesses, the only one left. Didn't even think about Laugels, because at that point Laugels was such a short stack and he didn't feel like he came to play at all. Has changed the gears up, has now taken over the chip lead, or at least is even with the chip lead. And it seems like Laugels has all the momentum. 9-5 suited for Metzler, and Metzler is starting limping. That is bad news for me. Because Laugels is not gonna let Metzler limp in. Laugels makes it 100k. Metzler folds. Laugels takes the lead. 1.4 against 1.3. If we're gonna see a huge setup now, then this is gonna be probably over, because either one wins this one, the other one is going to be absolutely crippled. But we've seen how hard it is in poker to get a good hand. And especially heads up, for both players to get a good hand, it's gonna be tough. Let's see if anyone finds themselves with an edge in this heads up battle. Gonna be tough for them to find any edge here. Sometimes I feel like heads up play is just like 2 players not really finding any huge leaks on one another and just playing out the situations and hoping that you are on the better end of a nice situation. Just hope that you get a bit luckier, get a better run of cards and so on. On the right end of a setup or a huge flip. Because players don't have huge leaks anymore. And even if you are a massive specialist, during one heads-up play in a tournament poker, that edge is not gonna capitalize that much. Metzler with a pair of 5s by the river. Laugels left with just 6 high. And it looks like at least some money went in at some point. So it's Metzler betting 30k on the river. I would have to guess that he's turning his 5 into a bluff, trying to get other 5s and 7s maybe to fold. Otherwise, I don't really see why it was necessary to bet 30k there. Not too many worse hands you're gonna get called by, if I say so myself. I would say there's 0, but I've been wrong before. Heads up for the title. Metzla, ace-jack suited now. Beautiful hand, heads up. Very strong holding. We have lost the antes completely for the heads-up play. And that's a raise to 70k from Metzla. And Laugals is gonna call with his quite strong king-8 himself. King, Jack, Deuce, that is a massive flop. Top pair for Laugals, second pair and a nut flush draw for Metzla. If I'm Metzla, I want to start building the pot. Even if your opponent has the king, you want to start building the pot in case you make the better hand with the flush or 2 pair or trips. You can see that Metzla is behind with a pair of jacks, but at the same time, he is statistically a favorite with 53%. That is a huge flop. 4 of hearts is as brick as it comes. So Laugals is probably gonna check it over to Metzla one more time, and Metzla, let's see if he wants to slow down now or if he wants to really start putting pressure on. I actually wouldn't mind a bet, something like a pot size bet, to try and size up a river jam on a favorable river. 200,000 is counted out. 205,000 is the bet with the second pair, ace kicker and a nut flush draw. I don't see Laugals going anywhere either. Laugals still with top pair, heads up, very strong hand. Of course he must be a little worried here. But still not worried enough to start folding. 205,000 goes in the middle. 700,000 is the pot size. 6 of diamonds. Metzla bricks out. Doesn't get a diamond, doesn't get an ace, doesn't get a jack. Unfortunate runoff from him. Check from Laugals, check from Metzla. And Laugals takes the chip lead with top pair of kings. And now with 1.7 million against Metzla's 1 million. So far the heads up has been going the way of Laugals. Laugals started the heads up with 400,000 against 2.2 million. Now he's up to 1.7. He's up to 1.7 million against Metzla's 1 million. So he has basically switched the tables here. One double up, couple of big hands, and Metzla down to 33 big blinds now. To be fair, Metzla hasn't gotten any favorable run outsider. Metzla has had a chance to finish this tournament. Hit a club, ace or jack this last hand. He's probably gonna win more than 700,000 that Laugals won this hand. And this is why I'm saying sometimes you just have to, or even most of the time, you just have to hope that your cards run your way and there's no huge leak to be found. Laugals makes it 65. Metzla goes all in for 33 big blinds with ace-3. Maybe a little bit of frustration here. Just praying that Laugals doesn't have anything good here, and blocking the ace, it's a big chance that he doesn't, so Laugals has to fold. Metzla fights back. As you can see, this is the heads up part of our final table coverage. 91 entries we had in this tournament. Everybody paid 888 euros. Prize pool for this event was 71,322. And winner will take home 20,000 euros plus the beautiful 888 trophy. Metzla, Ace Kings offsuit. Can you turn things around now? He's gonna start with a raise. This is something I'm certain of. Yep, 70k. 10-5 for Logals, probably not even good enough to complete, but no, he's gonna defend with 10-5. Proves me wrong here. Kinda maybe riding the wave, which is a good wave because he flops an open-ended straight draw. 4, 6, 7 is not the good flop for Metzla. He does have 2 overcards and a backdoor nut flush draw though. Check from Logals, check from Metzla. Jack of diamonds on a turn doesn't change anything. Metzla still ahead with Ace King, but will Logals try and bluff? The answer is yes. He bets 100,000. And what's Metzla's approach to this hand now? After checking back the flop with Ace King, his approach is calling. So Logals needs a 3, 5, 8 or a 10 to take a lead in this hand. Jack of spades is a complete brick, so should this one go to showdown, Metzla is going to win, but Logals is trying to bully Metzla off this hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 250,000 is the bet from Logals. And it looks like Metzla just instantly folded. 200,000 Metzla folded, and Logals is running over Metzla, at least at this point and this stage of heads-up play. Metzla looking visibly baffled, trying to figure out the best course of action and the best way to play against Logals. Well, at first it would help if you start hitting your hands. It's so much easier to play poker when you hit your hands. Alright, Ace 10 suited now for Logals. Still very strong hand. And he has won a couple ones straight against Metzla. And he is trying to keep the pressure on, makes it 65. Metzla probably gonna defend to Queen 5. Opti says, go go Latvia. It is looking good for Logals here against the Estonian. Started the heads up with about 450,000 against 2.2 million. And now has turned the tables completely. And another strong hand against Metzla's Queen 5. Jack, Jack 8, no pairs anywhere. Ace high still good. Check from Metzla. And a check from Logals. Safeguard on a turn, 3 of clubs. Check from Metzla. Probably another check from Logals, yep. Happy with the size of this pot as it is, 130k. Beautiful run out for the Ace 10. Doesn't need to worry about too many hands here. So check from Metzla. And probably a check from... No, Logals is going for a little bit of value. I don't mind it actually. It is looking like you are definitely good with Ace, and Metzla pays him off with just a Queen high, and Logals now up to almost 2 million, while Metzla has dwindled down to 784k. So 26 big blinds for Metzla here. 26 big blinds against 64 big blinds. So about almost 3-1 chip lead already for the Latvian. Metzla, king deuce on the button. Can he turn things around here? Raises it up to 70 again. So slight difference between those two players. Metzla likes to raise to 70. Laugals seems to like to raise to 65. Very marginal difference, but call from Laugals 10-8. And that is another good flop for Laugals. Top two pair for Laugals now. 10-3-3. Checks it over to Metzla, who's probably gonna have to c-bet this board. King deuce definitely. You want to protect it, plus you want to continue on those dry boards anyway. But little does he know that Laugals has flopped another pair. It's 55k from Metzla, quick call from Laugals. Jack of hearts, Laugals now adds a flush draw. It's kind of an irrelevant flush draw in a sense that if Metzla's going to hit a king, it's not going to be a king of hearts because Metzla holds one. But a 4 of spades on a river for Laugals, meaning that Laugals is gonna stay ahead. Metzla doesn't get lucky with a king, and Laugals is gonna try to get some value. Bets 100,000 on the river. And Metzla hasn't folded just yet, though. Metzla's maybe thinking about hero calling with king high here. He can beat something like queen 9 of clubs, queen 9 of hearts, queen 9 of diamonds. Very few hands. So he's gonna end up folding, knowing that there aren't many hands he's ahead of. And Laugals now with a commanding chip lead. But we have seen so many things turn around this 888 tournament, so you never know what is gonna happen. Metzla might be able to just win one all-in, and then all of a sudden, or a couple of bigger pots, and all of a sudden he has the momentum. But at the moment Laugals has it, and he is riding it high. Queen 10 suited for Laugals now. Another decent, or let's say strong hand. He's gonna limp in. He doesn't want to get check raised. He doesn't want to get 3-bet shoved on. Metzla made that mistake with queen jack by raise calling. So Laugals is trying to just limp the buttons now, knowing that Metzla is in that 3-bet shoving range. Slowly starts to dwindle Metzla down, hopefully for him. Check from Metzla, check from Laugals. Good turn for Laugals. Now with a pair of 10s cannot lose this hand. Makes it look safer for him as well, so check from Metzla. And a bet of 50k from Laugals, and Metzla will fold. So what looks like 4th or 5th or 6th hand in a row already, Laugals takes down, and Metzla now down to 21 big blinds. Or 630,000. It looks like Metzla doesn't have much, but it's still 21 big blinds. We just saw Laugals come back from the same stack, so as it is looking better and better for Metzla though. And King Queen is a good hand to start turning things around with. He's trying to figure out, should he just raise? Should he limp shove? He's gonna think he should limp shove this one, so he's gonna limp in and hopes that Laugals will raise him so he can shove over the top of Laugals and just play it that way. As it is, Laugals finds 10-6 and outflops him one more time. None of the players have a club though, but a pair of 6s for Laugals. Check on a turn, and that is another 6 on a turn, so Laugals now with a strong hand. Trip 6s, and he bets 50k one more time against Metzla. And if you're Metzla, you're like, what can I do here? Can't seem to be able to flop a pair. Sometimes this is the way it goes. So I'm just gonna call with king high and hope to see something like deuce of diamonds. Oh, that is a scary river for Laugals, Metzla, because now he makes two pair. That looks like a very good card for Metzla, but Laugals already has the trips. I just wonder how big Laugals is gonna bet here. Is he gonna go something like a pot size bet, maybe even 200,000, make it look like a bluff? Yeah, he goes exactly 200,000. Metzla is going to call him, and that is not the final nail, but that is going to hurt for Metzla. He's left with 350,000, or in other words, he's left with 11.5 big blinds. He's really going to need to turn something around here. Very unlucky run out for Metzla. Hasn't been able to flop any pairs anywhere. And it looks like Metzla is laughing. I guess at this point he's just like, okay, I'm probably gonna get second place. I'm just so short. No need to sweat it. Of course, when he's back to 20 or 30, it's back to business mode. But he's been to enough heads-ups, enough final tables to know that when you have 11 big blinds or less, there's not much thinking needed to be done. It's gonna be either you going all in or your opponent going all in. Look at that. Queen 3 call from Laugals, and Metzla finds pocket kings. Opti seems to be a fan of Laugals, and he's happy with the way things are going. Let's see if Metzla goes all in, or if he's gonna raise. He's gonna be sneaky. He's gonna just put a raise up there, and in hopes that Laugals is gonna shove over the top. But Laugals snips, diffs one through, and Metzla just gets the big blind from Laugals. But maybe a start of something new, maybe a start of turnaround. You never know. Pocket sevens for Metzla. He's gonna go all in. Let's see if Laugals finds anything to call with. Nope. 10-3 is going to fold. So Metzla has won a couple of small ones back, but he's still way shorter than Laugals is. But he's in pretty similar spot than Laugals was himself just 35 minutes ago. We saw Laugals with 450,000 against Metzla's 2.2 million. So very similar, and Laugals did make the comeback and did take the chip lead. Now 8 deuce for Laugals. From Laugals I'm just folding. I don't think you even want to limp in here, especially when your opponent has shoved against you twice. No, you're raising. So Laugals is thinking that, well, Metzla has won a couple of them, maybe he's going to give me one now, but Metzla has found ace queen off. He's going to shove over Laugals, and Laugals is going to have to fold, and Metzla is fighting back. Metzla does his little routine. He's going to read the chip counts. Watch the screen behind him. Yep, look at that. Watches the screen behind him. One more time at the chips, and then he's gonna go all in. Like clockwork. Every single time he's all in, he's done that. You see, I didn't even have to look that he's gonna read the chips and then watch the screen behind him. Every single time, the same routine. You think I'm psychic? No. Just when a player acts the same way every single time, they become predictable in that sense. $75 big blinds against 15 big blinds. 5-1 chip lead at the moment for Laugals. Metzla 9-7. Maybe Metzla got a little bit of fresh air here. I'm thinking like, okay, maybe I can do it. It's not impossible. He won 3 hands in a row. Maybe he can turn things around. 15 big blinds already. So Metzla makes it 65. Laugals. He's not gonna shove over to top, but he's just gonna make the call with King 8 suited. $130 in the middle. Jack 5 deuce. Doesn't change anything. Laugals still good with King High, but Metzla has the betting lead. Check, check on a flop though. Queen of diamonds on a turn. And it's Laugals now leading into Metzla. Bets 75,000 and Metzla folds. Nice bluff from Laugals. He did it with the best hand, but I still like the aggression. It has been quite an epic heads-up battle, but at the same time, Metzla hasn't had too much luck or too many good run-outs for him, and Laugals has played the situations that he's been at perfectly. Queen 3 now from Laugals. Last time in a similar situation he did call with a hand like that. This time he's going to raise. Queen 6 for Metzla. What do you do if you're Metzla with Queen 6? Do you defend? The answer is yes, you do defend. You fight till the end. You don't give up. I'll be honest with you, sometimes when I'm playing heads up and I'm in that situation where I've lost so much, I'm just like, I don't even want to play the Queen 6. Just give me a better hand so I can go all in with. But Metzla knows that every pot is worth fighting for, and now he flops a pair of 6s and a 6, 7, 9. Laugals with Queen high and a backdoor flush draw. But he's the one betting into Metzla. 70k, and I expect Metzla to just ship it all in over Laugals. Not too many good turn cards. Just gonna have to go all in and hope that your opponent didn't flop a pair or a better hand. Sometimes you just have to hope. 200k in the middle, you're gonna risk 340. It's gonna be worth the risk. Plenty of draws still out there. Plenty of hands that absolutely missed this board. Yep, he does this. Another look, his little chip dance. Same thing every time before he goes all in. Yep, he does go all in. Laugals cannot call, meaning that Metzla is now up to 544,000. And Laugals must feel that it might be slipping away a little bit. Metzla now has a lot of fight left in him. 18 big blinds. Meanwhile, I'm getting some good news for you guys, because I was kind of getting worn out doing this solo commentary by myself, and I'm being hopped in by none other than Mr. Wacky Jackson Jason Glazier himself. Hello!
Hello, hello, hello. It's good to be back behind the microphone, and even better to be here with you, Christian. It's amazing.
I feel like it's been such a long time since me and you got to commentate together. It's been a couple of years.
No, in Malta you hopped in for a little while.
Yes, in Malta I had a chance to hop in for a while. Yeah, exactly. So what do you think about these players? Do you know anything about them as well?
Yes, I mean, obviously I've been listening to you and Mark. Nobody needs to say anything about Mark. It's mostly Estonian players. But Eddie's over here. You've been saying he's unknown. He's hid his hand in mob. I mean, you could obviously tell by the way he's playing. He's an experienced player. He's been seen at EPTs. I can't tell you how much he's cashed for, and when somebody hides the results, I'm not going to be asking those kind of questions. But he was a day 1B chip leader, so we did talk a little bit a couple days ago. Very nice guy. He came with a small group from Latvia, and obviously been playing very solid throughout. Some things maybe I'd play different, but I'm not the pro. He's the pro. I'm a wreckfish.
That makes a lot more sense, the fact that he has hit his hand and mob. Well, of course, I mean, I didn't even know. To be fair, I did not know it's possible to do that. But because, I mean, Logals hasn't made almost any mistakes, like small here and there, but don't we all, basically. But Logals has played so solidly, so I was thinking to myself as well that Logals, is it possible it's his first score ever? It just doesn't make sense to me with the way he's playing.
No, he's been super solid throughout the 3 days. I've been covering him on the floor. Very fun to watch. Very professional as well. He's serious, but then he's smiling a lot on the breaks, but he's taking the game very seriously. And I see Gatis. I believe that's Gatis over here in the chat, Trumulis. It has to be Gatis, because that's... I miss you, Gatis, but thank you for being in the chat. It's almost like we're together.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, it's nice to have you here. Have you been enjoying? I heard you were a chip leader at one point throughout this festival.
Do we have to talk about that?
I was excited. I was like, no, who else but Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I've been during the lockdown. Obviously, my work has been down, and for those that know me, I've been playing poker in one form or another since I've been able to hold a deck of cards since actually the 80s. So I went ahead and hopped online in April for a little while. Had like a super sick heater month on the GG network where Olibet is. I'd play on Olibet, but Lithuania, we can't play there. And then had some nice results locally in Vilnius when the casino reopened. So I played last week during the Summer Showdown, and then I had time to play the warm-up here. So obviously, those that know me, I do like to enjoy a adult beverage or 10 while I'm playing. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts, but it helped me run up a big stack on day one of the warm-up. I was chip leader, but I barely cashed on day two. It was I had a very tough player, Luca Beretti, Italian player, abuse me. He was abusing everybody on the table, so I shouldn't feel too bad.
Look at that. Metzler turns his pocket fives into a bluff here. I mean, not pocket fives, but pair of fives into a bluff, and Logals snap calls him, and now Metzler is back to tire straight, back to 12 big blinds, back to that all-in full territory almost.
It makes the decision-making easy when you're at this stack, though.
That's what I said as well. Like, when Metzler first fell down to 11 big blinds, it was like he was laughing around, and that's what I was thinking as well, that, now, of course, when you get back to 20, 30 big blinds, you get to focus more, and then but now it's easy. You've been to plenty of those situations. You know exactly what to do and how to act in these situations. Not too much pressure on your brain.
Now, is he going to get tricky here with the ace-5? We said it makes it easy. I would be jamming here every time.
He's going to jam.
I mean, by jamming, I'd leave like one big blind behind to be cute, but, that's just me. But I'm sure Mark is less cute than I am, and he'll just jam it all in. And I say that, and he just plays it soft.
And I said he's going to 100% jam, but no, he's going to call Logals. He's going to get to jam himself. Nobody wants to jam against 12 big blinds, just a raise. And that's going to be an all-in. I'm sure it's going to be an all-in.
Now it has to be.
I guess Metzler actually wants action with ace-5 then. The fact that he's limping in, so he wants his opponent to shove in, which usually you just want to eliminate a lot of those hands that are almost like flipping against you, something like 9-8 suited that might jam against your limp. So you want to eliminate those hands, but look at that. Okay, Metzler is going all in, and Logals is going to call, and Logals is going to have Metzler in bad shape. This is going to get chopped up quite often, though.
Yeah, I think so. And ace-5 suited is certainly a premium hand, heads up.
Of course. And he's thinking that maybe the gap between Logals and Metzler is a bit too wide, so he needs to get lucky, and that is a 5-10-10 on a flop. Metzler takes the lead, and he's in a good position to double up to 750,000. Logals needs running diamonds or an ace or a 7 on a river, and that is the best turn card you can hope for if you are Metzler. Metzler has been incredibly lucky in these situations, and one more time he manages to double up and stay alive, and maybe this is where things turn around.
But this is where he has to start making decisions again. Although we didn't think he had to make decisions this hand, and he played it a little bit differently than...
I mean, I guess he made up his mind already how he's going to play this one. He's going to limp shove, limp call, or limp shove himself. Unlucky for Logals, I have to say. Logals had a chance to finish this one out here, but or at least, you know, chop this one up and keep a lot of pressure on Metzler. And that's the worst case scenario if you Logos. You still have 3-1 chiplet, but it must not feel super good doubling up opponent as strong as Metzler. And I wanted to go back to you playing the Chi Network. As I recall, you have eliminated me in 3 tournaments.
Probably, but I have 4 IDs there, so...
And I haven't eliminated you in none of them. So...
You don't even know my IDs now.
Well, one of them I know.
I only played like 3 tournaments under Wacky Jackson.
Yeah.
Because I kept having to switch which skin or which operator to play on. So now I'm on, I probably shouldn't say, but I'm on a new operator that I'm allowed to play on in Lithuania. It keeps shifting there.
I had to change my name as well.
I was Bingo Master and then Bingo Master, and then back to my normal Wacky Jackson for like 3 tournaments. When I eliminated you once, I remember that because you knew who I was.
Oh, but yeah, I've been playing quite a lot myself recently. Well, not a lot, but still more than I used to play for years. And I've been having a lot of fun and actually a bit of success as well, which is good.
That's good.
Yeah. Queen 9-6. So Metzler with a cut shot straight draw. Logos with nothing but a backdoor flush draw to a 4 of diamonds.
I'm surprised he's not continuing here. I guess he maybe senses a trap or something. I don't know, but this turn couldn't have gone any better for him.
So he catches up with a pair of deuces, and Metzler now is firing into Logos, and I don't see Logos folding just yet. Is Kings of Tallinn happening in February? Probably.
They're planning it right now, but who knows? You know, it's a strange situation. Like 2 weeks here, there were maybe 3 times as many players because the situation around the world was much different. It was very difficult for a lot of players to come to Tallinn this time around. Many that did from certain countries had to get, let's say, a COVID test at the airport, and others had to get quarantined. So.
I mean, yeah, it's everything is changing so rapidly, especially in a small country like Estonia. Like a couple of weeks ago, there's 0 problem. Then there's you never know. But definitely, as Olympic Poker Club told you in chat, that they are in plans.
Got this. The border is still open. I'll be in Riga, like on the way home to Vilnius. I still plan taking the bus now that the borders are still open, so I can time it in a way that we can actually have a beer. If you're going to be in Riga on Tuesday, we can figure things out. But message me after the event and we can talk. Coolbet is off for this year. I see a comment for that. So unfortunately, there will be no Coolbet open this year. You know, with the situation getting worse throughout Europe, you have to plan these events to run them right months in advance. You have no idea how much work goes into running an event, planning the staff, etc., etc. So Coolbet didn't want to take the risk, and who can blame them?
No one can blame them on that. I mean, most of the poker table, poker tournaments throughout the world and throughout Europe have been cancelled. And as I've said plenty of times here on the stream as well, we're just happy that we get to play some live poker here as it is for now.
I was so happy just to even have, because I've been playing live poker since May. I felt like on top of the world 2 days ago with my notepad in the hand, the pen, standing up, a meter behind the players, and taking my notes, not wearing a mask. It was like normal, for a couple days. So to have that normality, it feels so good.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
This is an interesting board here because Metzler, as we can see, has the straight, but it's gonna he obviously has to bet now, and it's going to be hard for Eddies to get away from this, even with the king coming, even with 3 overcards. Metzler could even bet a little bit bigger and probably get a call, but let's see if he has a read. Because if he folds here, he has a read on Mark that we don't know about. It's very hard to fold this heads up, though. And Mark could have 4s like he does now on the button. But still, it's he's probably going to bet the king, if it hit him, but I think you have to pay him off.
And pay him off he does, and now it's getting a bit closer again between those two. I mean, Metzler up to 850,000, Logos down to 1.9. Of course, we started the heads up with Laugals being down to 450 against Metsla's 2.2, so Laugals should still be happy, but a little bit of a momentum shift over to Metsla here. The blinds are going up to 20,000 and 40,000, so stack's getting a bit shallower.
And I can't really stay here because I have another job to do.
You have an actual, yeah, of course.
But I just wanted to come in and I mean, everybody in chat knows that you've been absolutely fantastic the last 3 days. You know, I told you that privately, but you know, it's always great to be with you, but I've been enjoying even more just listening to you because today I'm reporting off the stream too, so it's non-stop listening to the dulcet tones of Christian Loss, and it's been absolutely beautiful. And special thanks from me to Olympic Casino for hosting this event, and even for 888 Poker. You know, they could have pulled the event off. You know,
stuck with it.
They a lot of the staff couldn't make it out, and they stuck with it. Gave the players a chance to enjoy some normality, enjoy some live poker. It's been a great festival, and we will see what happens the rest of the way. So, thank you for having me in the booth, Christian.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Thanks for a breath of fresh air. Give me some energy to continue and bring this one home. All right, take care. That was Jason Glazier, if you didn't recognize the voice already. Probably one of the most loved figures in live poker scenes throughout Europe and maybe even throughout the world. Wacky Jackson, absolute standout guy, hopped by here in the booth. Meanwhile, it's Laugals raising it to 100,000 with 8-6, and Metsla riding this wave of winning hand after hand after hand. Now with ace queen, he's going to ship it all in. I wonder if when you're Laugals and you see Metsla starting to, you know, play with the chips and, you know, do the chip dance and then look at the screen behind him and then go, then you already know. And the thing is, you have to wait for him to finish to do all these things. I'm sure Laugals knew when Metsla started cutting the chips. He already knew, okay, he's gonna go all in. Why do the dance? But I mean, it's the routine he's holding on to and what gives him comfort. So that's how it do be sometimes. 23 big blinds for Metsla, 44 big blinds for the Laugals. So still a comfortable chip lead for Laugals, but one all-in and a double-up would exactly switch things up between Metsla. And here Mark Metsla finds pocket tens. Now it's starting to look real again. What seemed like a dwindled away first place prize is now starting to look real once again, especially looking at those beautiful tens from the button. He's gonna come in for raise and he's gonna hope for his opponent to find anything to play up against. And here it is. 90k from Metsla, and Laugals might just shove it all in. Metsla is playing 23 big blinds effective, and we might have a flip to settle it all. Laugals goes all in. Metsla is going to call this one. There is no way Metsla is folding. Pocket tens heads up. So Metsla is gonna call. Metsla most of the time is gonna have his opponent even dominated, but he's gonna have to see that he's going to have to win another flip. This would be like the 6th or 7th time Metsla survives. He needs to fade a king or a queen, and these are two kings on a flop. A flush draw now for Metsla, is it? But that is a 9 of diamonds on a river, and that is it. Full house for Laugals eliminates Mark Metsla after a valid effort, after an epic battle. Finally, Metsla is eliminated in second place. Mark Metsla, the crusher, the pro, the man who has it all, finishes in second place without the trophy. So I'm guessing he doesn't have it all. He takes home 13,500 euros for his second place finish. But the winner of today's event is Edis Laugals from Latvia. Big up for him. He's going to take home 20,000 euros. He has played fantastically, and he is the well-deserved winner of 888 Poker live here in Tallinn, Estonia. My name, of course, is Christian Laas. It's been a pleasure to watch this tournament uncover with you guys. Thank you for joining in the chat. Congratulations to everybody rooting for the Latvian. Congratulations for Mark Metzla for second place finish. This is it. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. See you next time, whenever that may be. Bye-bye.
And now for the weather. The Million Superstorm has returned. 888 Poker's biggest series ever. 3 blast prize pools of $1 million. $1 million giveaway. Are you ready for an 888 Poker Superstorm?
You've played obviously live poker before. There's nothing on you in Hindenburg, but there's no way this is your first live cash, so you just have your results hidden, I assume.
Yeah,
okay.